And on top of everything, I think Paul's messing around again. The mask slipped, and her eyes filled up. We were arguing, and he told me he wants a divorce. Donna had found me the number of a reputable funeral director in the next town. I called them on Sunday morning, feeling vague and absent. It was a state they were obviously used to, as the woman on the end of the line guided me expertly through the procedure. "We can take your husband from the hospital into our care," she said, her voice quietly respectful. "We can get him ready for you to visit in the Chapel of Rest." Get him ready? "Yes," I shuddered. "Thank you." "If you want me to come with you to the Chapel of Rest, I will," Donna offered when I called to tell her about my appointment. "No. Thanks, Donna, but it feels like this is something I need to do on my own. It's hard to explain." A moment of silence on the end of the line then. "No need. I understand. But just so you know, the offer is there. You're not alone, Kate. Remember that. We'll be strong for each other." I nodded and thanked her. "I'm not much cop right now, but I'm here for you too," I told her. When the call ended, her words echoed in my ears. "You're not alone." But my husband, my soulmate, was dead. And that made me feel very alone indeed. Chapter 32, 17th of November 2019. I arrived at the funeral home later that morning. A petite woman in her 40s in a dark suit and crisp white blouse walked towards me from behind the reception area. "Mrs. Shaw, welcome to Dignified Goodbyes." She shook my hand, her soft brown eyes crinkling at the edges. "My name is Marilyn, and I'll be taking you through to see your loved one shortly. Can I get you a cup of tea, coffee, or we have a water dispenser behind you if you prefer?" "I'm fine, thanks," I said, my heart thudding so hard it was making me feel queasy. "Then please come this way." She led me through the reception into a hushed, carpeted corridor with dimmed lighting. Piped music played so quietly I couldn't identify a melody, just a discreet flurry of melancholy notes. Marilyn glided slightly ahead until we reached a polished mahogany door with a dull bronze sign that read Chapel of Rest. She rested her fingers on the brass handle and turned to face me. "Mrs. Shaw, we at Dignified Goodbyes are so very sorry for your loss." She lowered her eyes. It felt like a performance, but I appreciated the gesture. "Please, take as long as you need. I'll see you back in reception, up the corridor to the right." I nodded, and she pressed down the handle and opened the door, moving back so I could enter the chapel. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. The room was cool, with upholstered chairs dotted around the walls. The windows were shallow and long and set horizontally around the top of the room in order to let in light, but also afford complete privacy. To the far left was an alcove with the curtains pulled back to reveal Michael's body. I stood by the door, taking in the cream-coloured walls, the artificial plants, the low coffee table with leaflets bearing details of various funeral packages. I felt frozen. I just couldn't move. I closed my eyes and took some controlled breaths, in and out, counting to 5 each time. My heart didn't slow its beat, and I didn't feel any less sick. When I opened my eyes, my dead husband was still waiting for me in the alcove. Robotically, I stepped forward. 1, 2 steps, further into the room, but facing the opposite wall, not the alcove. "Come on," I berated myself silently. "You have to do this. The longer you wait, the worse it will be." I slipped my handbag off my shoulder and placed it on one of the upholstered chairs. Then I turned to face the alcove, walking forward until I reached him. It didn't look like Michael, lying there so cold and lifeless. His skin was dry and strangely creased, like parchment. His eyes were closed, his mouth very slightly open. They'd turned his head away from the room, buried it in white satin folds. The sheet covering him had been pulled up to his chin. I didn't want to think about why there was so little of him on show. What happened, Michael? My voice was barely more than a whisper, but it still sounded too loud in the hushed space. How could you not have seen the lorry coming? Was it possible he'd wanted to die because he'd done something awful, so awful he couldn't bring himself to admit it to me? I could never openly accept that because of Tansy. He'd thought the world of our daughter. He'd adored her, worshipped the ground she walked on. She couldn't have a future tainted by such a horrendous fact. But what if he'd seen it as a way to protect her? I shook my head to dispel the awful thoughts. Even if the police interview hadn't gone well, nobody threw themselves in the path of a truck because of that. I looked at the soft sheen of the satin fabric next to his face, a face I hardly recognized. Whatever had made him Michael Shaw was no longer there. There was just a husk of who he used to be. Oh, dear God, Michael, I whispered. I can't believe you're gone. I reached out my hand to touch his face, and my fingers shrank back involuntarily. I wanted to touch him, but then I didn't want to touch him. My body pulsed with emotions I could barely name, so many feelings knotted and tangled together. Sadness, anger, fear, and shame. Anger that he hadn't come straight home and talked to me about what the police had said. Sadness that my daughter would grow up without her daddy to love and protect her. A powerful mix of fear and shame that somehow awful secrets might come out, and I'd be left to account for it all. Back in the reception area, I was relieved to see there was nobody else there. Marilyn immediately put down her paperwork and rushed forward. Is everything all right, Mrs. Shaw? Can I get you a glass of water? No, I said. Thank you. I felt desperate to get out of the place now. You said on the phone that there would be paperwork to sign. Yes, of course. I have it here, ready for you. She placed the documents in front of me, explaining the purpose of them, and I signed each one without taking in what it was for. Is that it? I asked after the final one. That's it, she confirmed, and now you can take this with you. She held up a sealed plastic bag containing some items. There was a signed label on there. The hospital sent Michael's belongings. I took the opaque Ziploc bag without looking at it. Thank you, I said, walking to the door. Take care, Mrs. Shaw, she called after me. We'll be in touch regarding the other arrangements. They used a secret language here in this subterranean world of death that nobody wanted to experience, but that we all had to face at some point. It was a language where words pertaining to death and loss could not be overtly voiced. There were arrangements instead of funeral, your loved one instead of the body, at rest instead of dead. I appreciated their consideration, but somehow it made the forbidden word death loom even larger in my mind. I stepped out into the street. People walked past, oblivious, absorbed in their own thoughts, looking at their phones or talking to each other. I wanted to scream at them that Michael was dead. I wanted them to hurt as much as I did. It felt like I was walking a tightrope, and it was only a matter of time before I came crashing down to hit rock bottom. When I got back home, I walked in and stood for a few moments in the cool, quiet house that a few mornings ago had been a hive of activity. Michael searching for his car keys, the television on in the other room, me calling out to Tansy to hurry up or she'd be late for school, Now, there was only a deathly silence, a reflection of the emptiness in my life. I put the kettle on and grabbed my handbag, pulling out the plastic bag from the funeral director's containing Michael's things. I appended it on the table. His car and house keys fell out, his wallet, some loose change, and his phone. It was out of charge, so while I made a drink, I plugged it into the charger we left on the kitchen worktop for convenience. I sat on a breakfast bar stool and waited until the Apple icon flashed on and the phone screen lit up with a minuscule charge on the battery. I left it plugged in and held it up until the face recognition function failed so I could tap in Michael's passcode. We knew each other's passcodes. They were the same, our wedding anniversary. The phone vibrated, indicating a passcode error, so I tried again, tapping the digits in again, taking more care this time. It failed. Michael had changed his passcode without telling me the new one. I shivered, goosebumps popping up all over my arms. It felt so significant that he would do this. I thought for a moment and realised the last time I'd accessed his phone was the day we went to the coast in the summer holidays. He'd hoisted Tansy up onto his shoulders and I'd wanted to take a picture with his phone. I'd tapped in the code and he'd laughed. "You don't need to do that. The camera icon is on the lock screen." But I'd done it anyway, and the phone had opened. Somewhere between the end of July and the day of his death, he'd seen fit to change it for reasons I can only think were suspicious. I tried his birth date, then Tansy's, and finally my own. But of course, none of them worked. If he'd so obviously wanted to keep me locked out, he'd hardly have used dates that were familiar to me. I put the phone down and pressed the heels of my hands over my eyes. A level of knowing rose up steadily inside me like dirty floodwater. He'd been having an affair with Susie Barros. It had to be that. Everything fit. The cosy chats, her helping him with suppliers, his keys in her cottage, Irene saying she was sweet on him. And now, the 10-year-strong passcode on his phone had been changed. The stuff he'd said to the police raced through my head, the things he'd told them, the things he'd left out. And then, something he'd said hit me straight between the eyes. Something he'd said to the police officers who carried out the door-to-door inquiries the morning after Susie's disappearance. He'd told them he'd left the Christmas lights event early, but called home first. "I didn't know you'd come home before going up to Wadebridge," I'd said. "What tools had you left here?" "I thought I'd left my blue toolbox in the porch, but I checked and it wasn't there," Michael had said easily. I rushed over to the sideboard and grabbed the family laptop, sitting on the sofa with it balanced on my knee. I opened up the Ring doorbell app and scanned down the video clips. Every time something activated the camera, usually one of us leaving or arriving home, a courier or the postman, the Ring camera captured a bit of live footage. You could have notifications every time it happened, but I'd soon tired of that. It was amazing how many things set it off: a cat, a spider, a passing car. I saw the camera grab memory was almost full, but luckily there were around the last 3 weeks of captures still on there. I scrolled down until I found the correct date, Sunday, 10th of November, 2019. I scrolled down to early evening, and there we three were, leaving the house together for the Christmas lights event. I let out a small, plaintive cry for what we'd lost. Our little family decimated. I skipped through the next 2 activations, a leaflet drop and a dog sniffing at the end of our small front path. The next thing the camera had captured was me returning to the house with Tansy and Alex, my face looking tired and drawn with concern. Finally, Michael returns at nearly midnight, scowling, his eyes hooded and dark. He hadn't returned for the toolbox and looked inside the porch as he'd said. He'd lied to the police officers, and he'd lied so convincingly to me, too. I grabbed his car keys and went out to the garage. I snapped on the bright overhead lights that illuminated Michael's 3-year-old black VW Golf. I unlocked it and opened the boot, pushing away a pile of blankets to reveal the blue metal toolbox I knew he kept in there. It was the sort that opened out wide at the sides with a selection of segregated trays inside. I levered the double-hinged lid and pulled the sides out. The small top tray sections were filled with screws, nails, cable ties, that sort of thing. I lifted those trays out and saw that in the larger trays underneath, recognizable tools such as screwdrivers, pliers and small hammers were neatly lined up like soldiers. I kept going until I got to the bottom section of the toolbox where bulkier items were kept. I pulled out rags and a can of WD-40. And there, nestling in the corner, was a small silver phone. My shaking fingers closed around it, and I brought it out into the light. I recognized this phone, small and silver with a peeling sticker on the back featuring a red heart and the words Tezknie za tobkę. This was Susie Barros's phone. I closed the boot, turned off the lights, and took the phone back into the house. I sat back down on the sofa, my whole body shaking. The tremor in my hands was so bad I couldn't hold anything for a few moments. I got up, poured a glass of water, and sat back down, cradling it in my hands. I gulped down half of it and set it on the small side table. I looked down at the Android phone on the cushion next to me. I could see a button on the top that I assumed turned it on. I pressed it, and, as I'd expected, nothing happened. The device appeared to be out of charge. I took it over to the kitchen worktop, but could instantly see the charging port was wider than the iPhone charger. Then, I had a thought. I ran upstairs to the bedroom and grabbed my Kindle charger from the bedside table. Back downstairs, I tried it on the phone, and it was a match. I paced about, waiting for it to gather enough charge to turn it on. I tried to organize my thoughts, tried to think of a single reason, a single excuse why my husband would have buried the phone of a missing woman in his toolbox. And I came up with nothing. There was no reason at all apart from the obvious fact that he had done something very, very bad. After about 10 minutes, I pressed and held the top button, and the screen lit up. I had to battle the urge to throw up. I was expecting texts, maybe lurid, maybe angry, between Susie and Michael. Words appeared on the screen, and I pressed the return key and a couple of arrows, but nothing would shift the phrase that read, "Factory reset complete." Someone had erased all the data from this phone. I put the phone down again and stared into space. I'd be the most naive wife on earth if I continued with my assertion that he was the truthful, loyal man I'd loved for 17 years. So what was I thinking now? That Michael had had an affair with a woman who'd gone missing? Or that Michael had been having an affair and was responsible for her disappearance? Everything I now knew pointed to the second assumption. The evidence was overwhelming, and yet part of me still railed against it. I feared the moment I believed the worst about Michael, I'd start to completely unravel. My eyes focused on the colourful family portrait on the wall opposite, a big canvas print of the three of us last Christmas, a photo taken by Donna in front of the log fire when our two families enjoyed a meal out at a local pub. Michael's arm around me, his head inclined lovingly towards mine, and Tansy standing in front of us both, her cheeks flushed with happiness. We looked so happy, a perfectly contented family, the way I wanted to remember us. Fear trickled into my veins, lacing my blood with ice. I couldn't let that memory and others become forever tainted for my daughter. Who knew how it would affect her in the future, the way people regarded her if her father was found to be a murderer? Yet the only way I could protect her from that was to conceal the new evidence I'd uncovered and lie through my teeth to the two detectives. It could only be one or the other. Chapter 33, 18th of November, 2019. On Monday morning, Tansy was very quiet as I helped her get ready for school. As Miss Monsell had suggested, we'd had a chat last night when I'd put her to bed. "I do want to see my other friends, Mummy," she said sadly. "I want to see Polly and Jasminda again, but I don't want to leave you on your own because you'll be sad now Daddy's dead." I tried not to flinch at her easy use of the word. "Of course I'll be sad. You'll be sad too," I said. "But Daddy wouldn't want us to be like that, would he? What would he say?" "Chop, chop, off you go," Tansy said miserably, quoting one of Michael's favourite sayings whenever something needed doing. "That's exactly what he'd say." I cuddled her close. "And so that's exactly what we must do. Chop, chop, off to school, and soon I'll go chop, chop, off to work." That had seemed to satisfy her, but her mood was different this morning, as was mine. I was constantly having to push away the terrible thoughts about Michael and what he'd done with Susie Barros in order to keep calm for Tansy. "I feel like nobody will want to be my friend now," she fretted as she squeezed toothpaste onto her brush. "That's just not true, sweetheart," I said gently. "You've got Ellie and Alex and lots of other friends in class." We'd telephoned Miss Monsell last night to tell her that Tansy would be coming into school on Monday morning. "The whole class is looking forward to seeing you, Tansy," she'd said. "We've really missed you." Tansy had listened to her comments doubtfully. "Who will I sit next to?" she asked. "Exactly the same people you did before." Miss Monsell had explained that she'd kept Tansy's chair vacant, so there would be normality upon her return. "Everyone knows you've had some very sad news." Tansy had looked unconvinced, but stayed quiet. "You're a really brave girl going back to school," I said now, as she rinsed toothpaste from her mouth. "Daddy would be so proud of you." I made a point of mentioning Michael all the time at home. I wanted Tansy to feel the presence of her father in the house and know she could talk about him at any time. "I'm a bit scared, Mummy," she said in a small voice. "But I do want to see my friends and Miss Monsell." "That's my girl." I kissed the top of her head, then crouched down and gave her a tight hug. "I'm sure once you get into class, you'll feel happier being with your friends." She nodded and disappeared into her bedroom to get dressed. I felt nervous on her behalf, but I was desperate for her to get some normality back. I had a lot of faith in Miss Monsell's ability to oversee her successful return to school. I needed some normality back in my own life too, but that still seemed an awfully long way off. We left the house, wrapped up warmly in our woolly hats, gloves and scarves. We turned off the high street and set off walking up the slight hill. The school sat at the top, looking down. An old Victorian building with new UPVC windows and electric gates. Soon, I would have to think about coming back to work. I'd had a conversation with my supervisor, the senior teaching assistant, and she'd told me to take my time. But I was already craving some normality to at least try and keep my mind busy and away from melancholic thoughts about Michael. Despite the gates being open, lots of parents and kids had congregated around the entrance instead of walking through to the classrooms. 2 minutes before the bell, they'd start to gravitate there, but for now, there was the weekend to catch up on. As we approached, I noticed a subtle muttering of conversations behind hands and a turning of heads to look our way. I ignored the stares, but they puzzled me. A few people stepped forward as I walked through the throng to say how sorry they were about Michael. I thanked them and moved on before they could say anything else. "Mummy, there's Ellie and Donna," Tansy said. Her hand tightened in mine. Ellie spotted Tansy too, and she immediately ran up, bless her heart, and took her hand. "Come on, let's go and see the others." I breathed a sigh of relief. Donna said, "Relax, Kate. Why don't you come back to the tea room with me and I'll make you a cuppa? I realised she probably wanted to talk about her own problems with Paul, but the tea room meant more people to face, more curious stares and mutterings, and I had to avoid telling her what I'd found. It was too serious. I really need to get back home. There's still so much to sort out. My heart thudded, and my scalp felt hot and irritated under the woolen hat. I'd never had a panic attack, and this was nowhere near the one I'd seen Donna have when we were in an amusement arcade in Nottingham last year, and she thought Ellie had gone missing. But I still felt anxious and stressed out. I wanted to get away. If you need me, I'm here, okay? We'll meet for coffee soon if you feel up to it. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak, and Donna went back to the group of mums I'd been a core part of only days before. I looked over, and one or two raised a hand, but most didn't meet my eyes. The atmosphere here felt very odd. I wasn't sure why. Maybe it was me who'd changed, who was perceiving people differently. Maybe people just had so much drama to talk about. Susie Barros missing, Michael's death. Who knew? As I neared the gates on my way out, a woman in her late 40s approached me. She was plump, with a kind face and waist-length hair that she'd secured in a low ponytail. Then I caught sight of the child following her. "Alex!" I cried, and held out my arms to embrace him. He didn't react. "He's not in a great place, I'm afraid," the woman said, holding out her hand. "I'm Janet Hanson, Alex's foster carer." "Oh, hi. How is he?" Alex was still hanging back. "He looks like he's lost weight. It's always a difficult time while they settle in somewhere new." Alex glanced at me and looked away again. He blamed me for breaking my promise to look after him. I could feel it. Yet it was far worse than that, because I now knew that Michael was responsible for taking his mother away. "It's been such a terrible situation. We took Alex in and then my husband died and, yes, the social worker said, I'm so sorry." She patted Alex on the head. "My husband and I do a lot of work like this with the local authority, short-term placements for children in difficult circumstances." I looked at him. "Oh, Alex, I'm so sorry this has happened. We miss you." Still no reaction. I felt like such a witch. I had the power to put an end to this situation, to tell the police what I knew about my husband. If I did that, I'd be traumatizing my own daughter. There were no winners here. Somebody had to lose. "He'll come through," Janet said. "It just takes time." "Have they got any further in their investigation, do you know?" I asked. She got what I meant. "No, apparently no new leads." She glanced at Alex and said, a little more upbeat, "Hopefully there'll be something soon." "Yes," I said faintly. "Let's hope so." And then I turned and walked away before I burst into tears. Chapter 34, 28th of November, 2019. On the day of the funeral, the sky was overcast, but at least it was dry. Downstairs in the hallway, there were some flowers, a few cards. I picked them up to see who they were from. Donna and Paul, Irene, and a lovely hand-tied bouquet from school with a card from the children. I opened the cards. When I walked into the kitchen, Donna was making tea. "Hey, everything okay?" she said, walking over to the fridge to return the milk. She looked pale and thinner than I'd seen her for a while. All this upset, bringing what had happened to Matilda back with a vengeance, and the ongoing problems with Paul, would be taking its toll. "Yes," I said vaguely. She stopped what she was doing and looked over at me. "It's a very difficult day, I get that. But you look a bit strange. You've been strange for a while. I'm struggling with stuff a bit." I could feel the pressure bubbling up inside me, the need to speak to someone. Astute as ever, Donna said, "Is there anything you're not telling me?" I hesitated, and she was on me. "What is it, Kate? I can tell there's something serious." Michael told the police he called at home after leaving the Christmas event early to head to Wadebridge. There was some time not accounted for. "Yes?" she said faintly. I checked the Ring doorbell video, and he didn't. He didn't call home first. Donna frowned. "Why would he lie about that?" "I don't know, and—" I bit my lip. I couldn't tell her about finding Susie's phone in his toolbox. I just couldn't. "And?" "The funeral home gave me his belongings. He'd changed the passcode on his phone." "Well, that doesn't mean anything in itself," Donna said blithely. "I don't know what Paul's is, never have. We kept the same one for 10 years, our wedding anniversary date." "Kate, listen, don't beat yourself up about this stuff. Michael has gone, sadly, so you can't ask him. It could be something and nothing. You need to conserve your energy to get through today." She wouldn't say that if she knew about the phone I'd found. "People around here think Michael did something to Susie. I know it. You don't know it, you just think it because you're upset. Nobody from the village has even been round to the house. It just feels odd, like they're keeping away from me, you know?" Donna looked away. "What?" I pressed her. "What are you thinking?" "Nothing. Just that sometimes people don't know what to say, I guess." She sounded doubtful. "Maybe it's because they think I know something about Susie going missing. Do you think that's true?" "Oh, I don't know, Kate," she said with a sigh. "I just know it's a mess." She looked weary, as if she just wanted to sleep for a month. "Listen to me banging on. How are you?" I changed the subject. "How's things at home?" "Oh, you know." Her voice sounded flat, and she turned her back. When she opened the fridge, I could see a couple of home-cooked meals in there, in strange, unmatched dishes that didn't belong to us. "I brought you some food over." "Thanks, Donna," I said. I knew she was avoiding talking about her own problems. "Why are you convinced Paul has someone else?" She sighed. "You know, if I tried to explain, you'd think I was mad. It would sound like nothing to someone else. But I know him. I know his ways." "I'm listening," I said. "He keeps finding reasons to go out in the car. Says, 'I'm just popping here, popping there. I'll be back in an hour or so.' He used to wear his baggy old sweatpants and Crocs to go to the shop, but now he's smarter. Smells nice." She smiled at me. "It's nothing, I know, but it's something. It's definitely something." "Has he said any more about the divorce?" There were a couple of moments of silence. Usually, she'd snap at me for raising the subject, not wanting to discuss Paul's wrongdoings, but she could hardly do that today. When she replied, she sounded almost flippant. "He didn't mean it, I'm certain. We had an argument, see? I accused him of all sorts, and he shot back with, 'If you really have such a low opinion of me, then we might as well get divorced.' He hasn't mentioned it since, and so I'm pretending it never happened. I'm hoping it was just something said in anger." We sat and drank our tea at the kitchen table. I drew circles with my index finger in a tiny puddle of water in front of me. The house was silent. We hadn't sent the girls to school, and Paul had offered to take the day off and look after Tansy and Ellie at their house. With careful consideration, I'd decided not to put Tansy through the funeral. I'd kept having a recurring dream where I was standing there, holding her tiny hand in front of her daddy's coffin. Tears were streaming down her face as I kept trying to convince everyone he was an innocent man, how the police had got it wrong. If I took her today, it would be something she'd remember forever, and I didn't want that. I wanted her to remember all the good times with Michael. After speaking to her teacher and to Donna and Irene, I thought it was best. And anyway, we'd already had our own little service in the wood to send her daddy to heaven. Irene had telephoned yesterday to let me know her sciatica had eased enough that she'd be coming to the funeral. "That's good news. Michael would have wanted you there," I said gratefully. "Is there still a lot of police activity up at Wadebridge?" "A few officers came up yesterday sniffing at this and that," Irene said. "I watched them from the kitchen window and they stood there for ages, looking out at the fields and pointing this way and that before they went away again. It all seemed rather futile. I honestly think they're clutching at straws now. Before they left, I tried to pin them down on the progress of the investigation. They wouldn't say much, but it was fairly obvious to me they're still convinced they're going to find some new lead." My hands started to shake. I pushed them under my thighs. We'd expected to wait a bit longer to bury Michael because of the coroner's investigation into the accident, but luckily it had happened quicker than expected due to the driver having to return to his native Belgium. Following the inquest and the lack of witnesses or CCTV footage, the coroner had recorded accidental death on his death certificate and released his body for burial. Last night, I dreamed about my husband lying cold in the mortuary. Crude black stitching covered his chest and stomach. His eyes were stitched up too, and he cried out, trying to open them. I'd woken in a sweat, sat up in bed, panting. I'd been making a conscious effort to push away the thoughts that were gathering like a tsunami with each passing day, like the distinct possibility that Michael had thrown himself into the road deliberately, in a moment of pure panic, whether the police had been on the brink of finding new evidence, like I had done myself. Every minute of every day, the decision presented itself repeatedly in my head. Do I lie and conceal evidence, or do I tell the truth and face the consequences? The trouble was, there weren't just consequences for me. My 6-year-old daughter would suffer for the sins of her father, and that's what kept me quiet for now. I'd laid out my clothes for the funeral in the spare room. After showering, I went in there and closed the door. I dried my hair and smoothed it back into a neat bun before securing and spraying it. After that, I applied foundation, blusher, mascara, and a nude lipstick. It felt wrong to make the effort now that he'd gone. I put on the tiny diamond studs he'd bought me when Tansy was born that I'd always saved for best. I slipped on my underwear and opaque black tights, and finally the black shift dress I'd had in the back of the wardrobe for ages, but had never had occasion to wear. The dress bagged around my hips and stomach. I didn't know exactly how much weight I'd lost since Michael had died, but everything I wore was beginning to feel loose now. I slipped on a black jacket and slid my feet into kitten-heeled black suede court shoes. Then I sat on the end of the bed and waited. My stomach lurched when we left the house. There were 1 or 2 of the older villagers on the street who bowed their heads in respect. I felt my eyes stinging. There'd been a couple of funerals these past 5 or 6 years where people had stood out on the street to show their respects, tossing cut flowers at the hearse. Michael knew everyone in this village. He'd done favours for nearly all of them over the years. Where were they now? I felt less concerned for his legacy than for the reason why they'd stayed away. Had the pernicious rumours started in earnest? It would only be a matter of time before the police got to hear of it, if so. Donna nudged me and handed me a clean tissue. For now, I'd kept the Ring doorbell footage, and I'd buried Susie's phone under blankets and towels in the drawer beneath the bed. But I had to make a decision on what to do, and soon. Either get rid and perpetuate Michael's lies, or come clean, regardless of the consequences. The limousine crawled behind the hearse, carrying Michael's black wicker coffin. I sat in the back with Donna as we made our way to Mansfield Crematorium, about 7 miles away, a 15-minute drive. I just wanted to get out of the village. Behind us, another car carried Michael's sister and her husband down from Scotland. In the 17 years since I'd known my husband, I'd only met his sister twice, once at our wedding and once after Tansy was born. When we said hello, I could barely look her in the eye. When the cars had passed through the entrance of the crematorium, the funeral director got out and walked in front of the vehicle, his top hat bobbing up and down like a macabre parody. I wondered how Tansy was. I felt I'd done the right thing in not putting her through this. It wouldn't have been right. Donna didn't speak, and I was glad. She knew I needed space. I reached over and squeezed her hand and saw she had tears in her eyes. I didn't think they were for Michael. This would be bringing back painful memories of Matilda and underlining the heartbreaking fact Donna has never been able to lay her beloved sister to rest. I felt a sudden urge to blurt out what I'd found, to share the terrible burden, but she looked so sad, I knew I couldn't add to her grief. I took the small mirror out of my handbag and checked my face. Despite the makeup, my face was pale and haggard. My swept-back hair looked darker than ever against my skin, and the black clothing seemed to absorb any remaining light like a sponge. I barely recognized the woman looking back at me. It felt as if something had changed inside me on a cellular level, as if something had hardened at my core. Perhaps it had. After the service, we went outside. I watched as they lowered Michael's coffin into the ground. In that moment, the transformation inside me felt complete. I was no longer the wife of a man I realized I'd never really known. At the age of 34, I was officially a widow. Chapter 35. Summer 2018. Jakob. Jakob sat in the field on a canvas chair, eating his sandwich and looking up at a cloudless blue sky. He was in the English countryside, the birds were singing, and he had found a good place to work here at Wadebridge. Finally, he was living the life. Granted, he hadn't made his fortune yet, far from it, but that wasn't really the point now, because his anger with Anna and Oscar had dissipated somewhat. Still, he called home less and less these days. His mother insisted on updating him on what Anna was up to, describing the impressive new house she and Oscar had moved into. He always came off the calls with a heavy heart, and he couldn't afford that, not when it took all his energy to keep positive and optimistic for his own future. He'd been back to Zalipie Christmas 2012. He'd attended the church service with his family and seen Anna there with Oscar. His heart still ached for what might have been, but nevertheless he still loved Anna, so he'd been pained but relieved to see her happy. He'd matured so much in a short space of time, and he felt glad he'd had the opportunity to come to the UK. He'd never have done that if he and Anna had stayed together, and now he knew she had never loved him. Not really. Afterwards, as he'd stood outside waiting for his mother, he'd come face to face with Anna. He'd expected her to scurry away, pretend she hadn't seen him, but she didn't. "How are you, Jakob?" she'd asked, seeming genuinely interested. Jakob had opened his mouth to brag about his new life, but he couldn't follow through. He couldn't lie to Anna, not then, not now, not ever. "It is lonely, it is hard work, but I get through," he'd said. "It is a life I did not think I would be living, but who knows what is in store for us, eh?" "Walk with me," she'd said, "just a little way." "But Oscar he has already left to be with his friends and his mistress, Vodkar." Anna had looked right at him, and for a moment a shadow passed over her beautiful face, and something clouded her eyes. Could it be regret? Then it was gone, and Jakob scolded himself for wishful thinking. The tiny white church sat at the edge of sparse woodland, and he followed her as she took the path that wound around the outside of the trees. They talked about the village, the people, carefully avoiding any mention of what used to be their lives together, no mention of their abandoned hopes and dreams. As they skirted the back of the church, Anna suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him towards an old woodshed that Jakob and his friends had used as a hideout as children. "What? Anna, no!" She giggled at his shock and pushed the rickety, creaking door shut behind them. It was very dim in here, but not quite dark, thanks to the holes in the roof, the splits in the wooden door. "Anna, we shouldn't." "Shh." She'd planted her soft, strawberry-scented lips on his and pressed her slim, taut body against his. God, how he'd missed her. He knew it was madness, that they could never retrieve what they had together, but for now, he was prepared to forget that. The urge to have Anna again rose in him with the strength of a hurricane. He pinned her up against the crumbling brick wall of the woodshed as they pulled at each other's clothes. Their powerful lust was tempered only by the looming shadow of so many unspoken regrets and thoughts of what could have been. As quickly as it had started, it was over. But Jakob didn't want to let her go. Anna stepped away from his tender embrace and pleading eyes. She adjusted her clothing, patted down her hair, and stepped quickly outside. "This was a mistake," she whispered, her eyes darting around the trees. "We must never allow it to happen again." And then she was gone, leaving only her sweet scent and ghostly kisses on Jakob's skin. Since Jakob had arrived in the UK, a lot had happened. His plan to look for work on local farms instead of in the soulless factories had faltered at the first hurdle. He'd been unable to find any casual labouring in the fields. A fellow Polish immigrant had told him why he was having problems. "They all want experience, my friend. It's a catch-22 situation. They will not employ you until you know what you are doing, and yet you can't get this experience until someone gives you a chance." "What do you suggest I do?" Jakob had asked him, hopefully. "Well, for a start, you should stop telling the truth." The man had grinned. "You don't have to outright lie, but just embroider your experience a little. For instance, I'm assuming you have done a little gardening back in Poland?" Jakob pulled a face. "My grandmama's allotment, that is all." "Perfect," he grinned. "So, when you are asked, you can say you have experience in cultivation and growing vegetables, yes? General labouring and harvesting, too. This is some of the truth." Planting a few carrots and pulling up a handful of potatoes for a stew was an awful long way from the truth, but Jakob understood well enough what the man was trying to say. For a long time, he drifted from job to job. Then, one autumn, he heard from another Polishman about a local farm expanding their operations and needing labourers who could start right away. Greet Farm was located in Southwell, a minster town about 14 miles northeast of Nottingham. Jakob made the 75-minute bus ride there and walked the remaining 3 miles out to the farm. The farmer was a gruff man with a double chin and at least a week's growth of whiskers, who had an unnerving habit of constantly looking at his watch as he spoke. "Got any experience?" he barked, when Jakob explained that he was looking for a job. "Yes, lots of experience back in Poland," Jakob said, praying that the heat he could feel channeling into his face did not betray him. "Cultivating the land, growing vegetables, harvesting." The farmer narrowed his eyes and scratched his bristly chin. "You can see I am big and strong. I do not tire easily like some. I am not afraid to work long into the day until the job is done." That seemed to do the trick. "I'll give you a 2-week trial," the farmer said grudgingly, already losing interest and moving away. "Minimum wage, paid weekly, but no accommodation. Starting tomorrow, be here for sunrise." Before Jakob could thank him for giving him a chance, he was already striding off, yelling into his phone about a late delivery. Jakob stayed at Greet Farm for 10 months and carried out just about every farming task possible. So when the farmer told him regretfully that his planned expansion wasn't working out and he needed to downsize, he was in a far better position to land himself a new job. Wadebridge wasn't a farm, rather a few acres of land with some properties, located on the outskirts of a pretty village called Linwick. Jacob had heard two of his workmates at Greet Farm chatting, discussing how they'd heard that the manager there was very laid back.
"If you work hard, he stays out of your hair," said one of them. "Trouble is, he's very particular. If your face doesn't fit, he's not interested. I know how to get around a man like that, though. I'm going over there this weekend to spin him a clever tale about how talented I am at working alone in the fields."
Jacob hadn't a clue if he himself had the kind of face that might suit the manager, but he had every intention of finding out, and he would make sure he got there well before the weekend. The next day, he skipped work and travelled over to Wadebridge. It was quite a walk through the woods and up a steep hill from the village where the bus had dropped him off. He walked across the yard to a row of cottages to see if he could spot anyone, but there seemed to be nobody around. At the main house, he knocked on the door. Nobody answered, so he knocked again. He was about to turn away when movement at the window caught his eye. He peered closer and caught sight of an old woman.
"Hello?" he called out. "I'm here to ask about the job."
There was no response, and when he stepped closer to the glass, he saw that the woman had disappeared. He cupped his hands round his eyes to cut out the reflection and peered in. He could see an armchair, an empty grate, and a scratched wooden table.
"Oi, what do you think you're doing?"
He spun around, alarmed by the aggressive demand. A broad, muscular man of around 40 was headed straight for him, his hands balled into fists.
Sorry,
Jacob said quickly, holding his hands up.
"I knocked on the door and I thought I saw someone. I shouldn't have looked through the window. It was very rude of me."
His servile attitude seemed to stop the man in his tracks. His muscled frame reminded Jacob more of a security guard than a land manager.
"What do you want?"
he barked.
"I am here about the labouring job. I've taken 2 buses and walked for miles, so I was hoping to speak to someone about it. I'm very sorry this is our first introduction, Mr.
Michael Shaw, he provided, but did not offer his hand. This man did not match the laid-back descriptions Jacob had heard mentioned, but his stance relaxed a little, and he studied Jacob closely, as if he were trying to get the measure of him. "I have been employed on Greet Farm in Southwell for the past year, but now Mr. Greet is downsizing, and I heard you may be hiring." Shaw relaxed his hands.
"Oversaw the Greet Farm expansion, did you?"
Jacob had just been a farmhand. He hadn't overseen anything. He thought about the bluster of the man who'd been discussing the job, his assertion that Shaw liked his workers to get on using their own initiative. But there was something about Shaw that made him reconsider.
"I merely assisted Mr. Greet. I cannot claim any more than that, sir."
Shaw laughed.
"I know Dan Greet, and I know what a control freak he is, so I know that you've given me an honest answer. I've already had a handful of time wasters here, claiming there's nothing they can't do. Come on, I'll show you around."
Jacob got the job and was happy at Wadebridge. Michael quickly trusted him with lots of duties, and Jacob was delighted when his wages were increased. But he stayed away from the main house. It became clear to him that Irene, the owner, did not like him. She acted strangely whenever he waited outside in the yard for Michael. She'd watch from behind the curtain, and if he waved or tried to communicate in any way, she'd move quickly away without saying a word. One day, his courage ran high, and he mentioned the subject to Michael.
"I am sorry if I have offended Mrs. Wadebridge in some way,"
he said, placing his hand over his heart to show his genuine concern.
"Don't worry about her. She's just cautious, doesn't like anyone sniffing around the place. But I know I can trust you, right?"
"Of course," Jacob nodded. "Ask no questions and we'll tell you no lies." Michael had winked, and Jacob had nodded and smiled knowingly. But he hadn't a clue why they seemed to be nervous here, and he didn't understand his prospective boss's cryptic comments. What did it matter anyway? He planned to do his job, keep his head down, and try to forget about the life he thought he'd be living at this point in time. Chapter 36, 29th of November 2019. Kate. The day after the funeral, I watched as D.I. Helena Price walked up the short front path with D.S. Brewster. I guessed she was in her mid-30s like me, and I wondered how she managed to be so confident and able to deal with whatever situation she came across. Tall and slim, she had brown, wavy hair that grazed her narrow shoulders. She wore black trousers, flat shoes, and a loose olive-green jacket. Everything about her felt no-nonsense and transparent, no sign behind her eyes of the tangled emotional mess that I saw in my own reflection. Brewster was older, short and stocky, his red hair beginning to recede. He wore a dull grey suit, a shirt and grubby tie, and carried a phone in his hand. Their feet crunched the gravel on the path, and the very air in the room seemed to thicken as they drew closer, my heart thudding in time with their footsteps. Why were they here? "Hello, Mrs. Shaw," Price said, making an effort, I thought, to keep her voice level. "We wondered if we might have a quick word." The ground seemed unstable beneath me, my head swimming. "Mrs. Shaw?" She darted forward. I couldn't seem to stop my legs shaking. "Are you okay? Here, lean on me. Come on, let's get you inside." "I'm okay," I said, forcing myself to stand up straighter. In the kitchen, I sat on a stool. "What is it you want?" She hesitated. "We wondered if you'd mind answering a few questions concerning the time leading up to your husband's death." My face still felt numb with grief and shame and 1,000 other negative emotions. I had to silently repeat her words to myself before they made sense. "What sort of questions?"
"Did you notice any changes in Michael's behaviour?" Brewster ventured. "In his mood, his routine, anything that seemed out of the ordinary?"
"Yes, to all of those," I said, feeling weary with exhaustion. "Wadebridge has been crawling with police, and Michael had felt under suspicion. He was worried word would get around the village that you lot were implying he might have had something to do with Susie Barros going missing. The discovery of his keys in her cottage had especially unnerved him, because he genuinely didn't know why they'd ended up in there." My heart ached, and my head pounded. I wanted them gone. The lies stuck in my throat like pieces of gristle. "Let me explain, Mrs. Shaw. As you know, D.S. Brewster and I are heading the investigation into Susie Barros's disappearance. We're also looking into the disappearance of another Polish national, a man called Jakub Jasinski, whom your husband claimed not to know. Does that name mean anything to you?" I was on the spot. Should I lie to back up Michael's interview, or should I tell the truth? I knew the whole situation would get worse if they found out I'd lied, but I had Tansy to think of. It was bad enough her losing her daddy, never mind the police trying to implicate him in Jakub's disappearance. "Mrs. Shaw?" D.I. Price prompted me. I decided to land somewhere in between the truth and a lie. "Michael must have been confused by your barrage of questions, because I'm sure I remember a labourer called Jakub who worked up at Wadebridge for a couple of years." My, that's some confusion, to forget someone you've employed for 2 years. I ignored her sarcasm. "Michael had said he was a good worker, but one day he didn't turn up for work and that was it, they never saw him again. I'd hardly call it a disappearance, though. Michael always said the casual labourers tended to be transient. They often moved around the country." I felt breathless with the act. I needed to slow down and breathe. Brewster cleared his throat and checked his notebook.
"Your husband claimed not to know the name. He didn't seem to remember Jakub, and yet now you're saying he worked closely with him for 2 years. I'm asking myself why that might be."
"I've no idea," I said. I felt suddenly cold. I glanced at the wood burner and saw that the warm embers were gone now. It was completely dead. He probably simply forgot. He sees a lot of people, has a lot on up there."
"Right," he said, his voice hollow with disbelief. "The fact remains that 2 people have now gone missing from the place your husband managed, Mrs. Shaw."
"Yes," I said. "I know." I couldn't say another word without choking. "It's most unfortunate timing, having to come here like this with your husband's funeral only happening yesterday, but we have to find a resolution here. Do you believe Michael could have taken his own life because evidence was stacking up against him?" "No!" I had to force myself to stay in my seat. "I don't believe he did that." I couldn't allow Tansy to grow up with the knowledge her father had taken his own life because he couldn't face his crimes. And I didn't believe he had. I didn't. Price studied me for a few moments, and then they both stood up. "Please don't hesitate to contact me if you think of anything once we've gone," she said. "Should you think of anything we might find of use, be sure to let us know, Mrs. Shaw. I'm very sorry for your loss, but I must remind you that you have an obligation not to hamper this investigation by keeping information from the inquiry. Doing so could be seen as withholding evidence, which is a very serious crime." "You've made yourself crystal clear," I said tersely. Why did I get the feeling it might not be too long before I heard from them again? I shuffled to the edge of my seat. Price put up a hand. "We can see ourselves out. Take care, Mrs. Shaw." From behind the curtain, I watched them walk down the path. A small draught of cool air kissed my hot face. I could hear the pebbles crunching beneath their feet as they slowed to a stop and got into their car. It was drizzling, but there were people sauntering by the house, staring at my visitors. Then a woman suddenly aimed a camera in my direction and took some photographs. Press. I felt sick, exposed and vulnerable. Only when the detectives had disappeared down the road did I breathe out fully. I waited for the tears to come, but my chest felt clogged and raw. Nothing was real, least of all the fact that Michael was dead. Michael and I had shared everything, or so I'd thought, but he had a whole other life I knew absolutely nothing about. I sat down. The walls felt like they were closing in. I felt overwhelmed. All my life I'd tried to do the right thing by everyone I knew, help out when I could, go the extra mile, and, most importantly, love and support my family. But the rising panic inside told me I couldn't keep this up. Something had to give, and the moment of truth was coming. I could feel it. Chapter 37, 30th of November, 2019. On Saturday, Tansy and I walked up to Wadebridge. Before we got off the main road, we saw several villagers we'd known for years. People who suddenly had to take out their phone or cross the road. People who hadn't the decency to ask after the welfare of a 6-year-old girl, regardless of their feelings about Michael or myself. I held my head high and distracted Tansy with chatter about what movie we'd watch together later. Still, I could feel the tendrils of pressure and awful possibility creeping up into my chest like knotweed. The village was turning against us. We took the path through the wood, but the skipping girl who identified songbirds was gone. She walked morosely by my side, clutching my hand almost fearfully. Her eyes stared down at the dirt track at her feet, not up at the trees and the sky. The mystery man flitted into my mind, Tansy being certain she'd seen someone, and me telling her she was mistaken. But I didn't dwell on that for long, because the bright little star at my side had dimmed. Making her feel safe was my priority now. "It's going to be all right, you know," I said softly. "You and me, we're going to get through this." She said nothing, and we walked on. Then, "Do you think Daddy is up in heaven now, watching us walking?" "I'm certain he is," I said, pushing unhelpful thoughts about Michael aside. "He'll always be watching over you. When you feel lonely or sad or afraid, just close your eyes and you'll see his face like he's here, next to you." She looked up at me. "But I'll just be imagining that, like I imagine being at my Sylvanian family's picnic. It's not real." "It's different," I said, hoping I wasn't saying the wrong thing. "Daddy was real, you see, and you have a special bond with him that nobody can ever take away." "And the bond lets me see him?" I was making things worse, too complicated. I stopped walking and crouched down in front of her, taking her mittened hands in mine. "You can talk to him any time you like in your head. You see, your daddy loved you more than the world, more than the universe, and love never dies. It never, ever dies." "You're squeezing my hands a bit hard, Mummy," she said solemnly. "Sorry." I loosened my grip. "It's hard to explain how you can feel someone is still with you when they've gone to heaven, but you'll see, okay?" She nodded, still looking a bit confused. I stood up, and we started walking again. Tansy said, "Ellie said she heard her mummy and daddy talking, and her daddy said my daddy had a girlfriend, and that it was Susie, Alex's mum." I stumbled slightly and steadied myself on a nearby tree. "No, that's not true. Listen to me, Tansy." Her eyes looked so blue and forlorn. "Your daddy hadn't got a girlfriend. He had me and you, and he loved us more than anything, no matter what nasty things people say. Okay?" Was this what people in the village were saying? That Michael was seeing Susie, and he must have had something to do with her disappearance? They didn't know about the evidence I'd found. For all I'd revised my opinion on Paul, it sounded as though he was far from being a true friend to us. I felt as though the villagers had turned against me too. I reached for my daughter's hand and began to walk, one foot in front of the other. That's all I have to manage for now, I told myself. I kept having to defend my daughter's father, who was also a man I wasn't sure I knew anymore. The events of the last few weeks, Irene's comments about him and Susie, the police finding his keys in the cottage, the witness who said he'd stepped out into the road, the ring door video footage, the phone business, all this had shaken everything I'd ever believed about him. But there was no space to think it through. I felt like events were flashing by at breakneck speed, and it was making me very nervous and very tense. "Ellie is my bestest friend," Tansy said as she walked. "And I like Alex too, but he said he doesn't want to play with us anymore. He just stays on his own, looking sad." The cottages came into view on the brow of the hill, and my heart jolted, like it might stop at any moment. "Who's that in the field, Mummy?" Tansy frowned as a middle-aged man walked up to the ride-on mower and climbed astride it. "I don't know. We'll ask Irene." There would never be a time when I didn't come here and think about Michael. Everything I saw reminded me of him. His office, the fields he loved to walk around at the end of each day, surveying the land for broken fences or patches of grass that needed attention. The dilemma was that Irene lived here, and she was a dear friend who'd cared about him too. And without Michael and Susie around, I knew she'd be struggling, so I had to make the effort. When we reached the house, Irene was sitting on the sofa, listening to a radio discussion program, one of her legs propped up on a footstool. I sat down opposite her, and she turned the volume right down. "The sciatica is better, but the arthritis has started up again in my left knee," she grumbled. "It won't leave me alone. I've hardly slept. Tansy, sweetheart, come over here." She patted the seat cushion next to her, and Tansy obliged. Irene opened her wooden box and handed her a small Amazon package, earning herself a smile. "I'll make us a nice cup of tea," I said, shuffling to the edge of my seat. As Tansy opened the parcel, Irene looked at me. "How are you both?" "Oh, you know," I said, settling back down again with a sigh. Managing to get through. I'm not quite sure how. Who's that out in the field?
That's a local farmer who knew Michael, she said sheepishly. He kindly offered to help until I can sort things out here. I'm sorry you had to see him there, Kate. It must have brought back memories, but I'm not trying to replace Michael.
No need to apologise, I said. You can't afford to let the place slide, and Michael wouldn't have wanted you to. He poured his heart and soul into Wadebridge, and he'd have hated to think you were struggling.
Thank you, Kate. It's a weight off my mind to know you're not offended.
Tansy held up a Play-Doh set.
Look, Mummy, there are heart stencils with it and everything.
That's lovely. Irene spoils you.
Nonsense. She deserves to be spoiled.
Tansy started to open the cellophane wrapper.
I remember only too well back when Amos passed. It helped getting the funeral behind me. But then you feel the gaping hole they leave behind more than ever. It's not easy. None of it is easy.
There just seems to be a mountain of stuff to sort out. Financial, insurance, notifying everyone from the local council to the bank. Every day I think of 100 more jobs I need to do. Plus the rest of it I can't talk about.
Irene nodded. You'll get through it. Don't expect too much of yourself. If you want me to help with your to-do list, you've only to say, and Tansy is always welcome up here, you know that. Have you heard how Alex is doing?
He's okay. They found him a new foster family. The woman introduced herself to me at school, and she seemed nice enough.
That's good. I do miss seeing him around. I wanted to say I'm here for you too, Kate. Any time you want to talk about Michael or just to get things off your chest, you only have to say the word.
She looked at me pointedly. I really mean that. Thank you. There is something that's bothering me. I glanced at Tansy, aware that just because she didn't look like she was listening, it was no guarantee that she wasn't. The detectives called at the house again.
Oh, really?
Irene looked surprised. I was taken aback too. Anyway, they wanted to ask me if I'd noticed anything different about Michael, his mood, anything like that. I said he'd been down and seemed worried, and that it was no wonder because he'd felt a bit hounded by the police.
Quite right, she agreed, and for no other reason than that he worked here at Wadebridge.
Exactly, but then they told me they were investigating another missing person, Jakub Jasinski. Irene hesitated.
How odd.
Yes, I thought so. I told them he worked here as a labourer for a couple of years, and that he just didn't turn up for work one day. That's what happened, isn't it? Irene was quiet for a moment. Then she said,
I can't recall, dear. Michael dealt with the casual labourers, as you know. I knew nothing about that side of things.
But Jakub had been around for a long time. He was always out in the fields, but I'd seen him enough to know who he was, so Irene must remember something. Michael told the police he didn't know a Jakub Jasinski, I said. I asked him why he'd lied, and he said it was because they'd never leave him alone. But now I'm wondering if there was more to it than that.
Well, if I were you, I'd stop your wondering right away.
Irene regarded me steadily.
Don't give yourself anything else to worry about, Kate. Trust me, you're better off developing a touch of amnesia like me. That way, nobody can catch you out.
I thought it was a strange response. Are you saying you've told the police you can't remember who Jakub is too?
Do you know, I've quite forgotten who's asked me what. Now, shall we have that cup of tea?
Chapter 38. Nottinghamshire Police. D.I. Helena Price hunched over the desk while Brewster flicked through documentation screens on the computer sent by UK Immigration.
So, this is what we've got. A timeline of Jakub Jasinski's arrival into the UK, various sightings, any interaction with public services, GP, stuff like that. He headed up to the East Midlands, and that's where the trail stopped in terms of the earlier investigation.
Price frowned. No use of credit cards, mobile phones?
He shook his head. Casual workers from Europe mostly don't bother with bank accounts. They deal in cash, at least until they settle somewhere. Their first priority is usually securing some kind of income. Now, Kate Shaw has confirmed that he was at Wadebridge, when Michael Shaw and Irene Wadebridge claimed not to know him.
I think it's time to put on our wellies and have a scout around there.
Brewster nodded and clicked onto another screen. I was hoping you might say that. We've a nice, solid lead from the drone exercise the specialist team carried out. I've taken the liberty of creating a visual format on this map. By anticipating the coordinates, I can...
In English, please, Brewster.
I've drawn a circle around the areas that might be of interest to us.
Better. And what did you find? He pointed to the map. It showed the area known as Wadebridge, with an overlay of pale grey in the shape of a circle. Price peered at the screen and wrinkled her nose. Looks like quite a big area. She could almost anticipate the super's reaction, asking her to present evidence as to why digging up Wadebridge seemed like a good idea. Brewster reached for the mouse and hovered over a pin towards the centre of the circle. He clicked, and the map increased in size. Price saw a representation of patchwork fields with a building in the centre. Brewster nodded to the screen. The drone footage reveals some interesting possible disturbances to the ground. This field right here. I'm wondering if there might be more than Jakub Jasinski's disappearance to interest us up there. Chapter 39, 1st of December 2019. Kate. The next day, I let Tansy watch a Disney film while she ate breakfast. It was Sunday after all, and told her to come and get me when it came to our favourite scene. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring into space, torn between keeping the ring footage and Susie's phone to myself, or telling the police everything. I lost track of time and was shaken out of my trance state by Tansy calling up the stairs. "Mummy, it's the bit where Jasmine flies on the magic carpet." She sounded half-hearted, as if she hadn't the energy to shout. Startled, I jumped up off the bed and made for the door. I felt guilty I'd just left her downstairs. I rushed downstairs and ground to a halt at the bottom. There was a white envelope, face down on the mat. "Mummy!" Tansy yelled. "Come on!" "Coming!" I called back in a high sing-song voice. I picked up the letter and turned it over in my hands. Printed in neat block capitals was my name, Kate Shaw. I slid my finger under the seal and ripped it open. Inside was an A4 sheet of plain paper that had been precisely folded. The contents of the letter had been typed. F.A.O. Kate Shaw. There are a large group of people in this village who believe you know what your husband, Michael Shaw, did with that poor young woman. The reputation of this village is being ruined. Increasingly, numbers of people, and now the press, are landing here every day to try and find out what happened and help solve the mystery. We have solid reasons to believe you know everything. For the sake of your daughter, and for the preservation of our village life, please speak up. Do the right thing and tell the truth. And then go. Please go away and find a home somewhere else. You are no longer welcome here. Collectively, Linwick Village residents. I crumpled the letter and released it, as if it were poison on my fingers. It fluttered to the floor. They really believed that Michael had harmed Susie Barros and that I had information and was protecting him. I felt outraged until I realised that's exactly what I was doing. What were the solid reasons they thought they had? Nobody knew about Susie's phone but me. And if the villagers suspected my involvement somehow, were the police just one step behind? And who had Paul been gossiping to about Michael having a thing going on with Susie? I was going to have to speak to Donna about it, and I could guarantee it wouldn't go down well. Tansy appeared in the hallway, her little arms folded, her mouth pursed with impatience. This tiny girl who needed me now more than ever. "Mummy, when are you going to— Oh, what's this?" She dashed forward, her hand outstretched to the crumpled ball of paper at my bare feet. "Leave it!" I yelped, and she jumped back, snatched back her hand, startled. "Sorry, darling, it's just rubbish. Don't touch it." Tansy shrank back, and I saw how much more nervous she'd become. She had a new fear of the unknown, a newly developed expectation that bad things could happen. "Sorry, it's okay. No need to be scared. It's just— Let's go and watch Jasmine fly, shall we?" She took my hand, and we walked back into the living room. She set the movie playing again and kept glancing at me to see if I was paying attention. My face told her I was, but my mind told a different story. That note had been well written. It had been considered and thought through. These were not people who threw bricks through windows or posted dog mess through the letterbox. They were far cleverer than that, but their words were just as lethal and damaging as any physical act of aggression. My daughter and I were surrounded by them, once people who we'd lived happily amongst, but that now wanted us gone. I'd been party in the past to the insidious ways they achieved what they wanted. I'd heard about the secret meetings organised when a neighbouring village wanted to share use of the village hall, the way certain actions were planned, but no minutes or attendance recorded. They had consulted private legal advisers a few years ago when the then head teacher of the primary school put forward a proposal to change the timings of the school day. The school governors voted unanimously against his plans, and 6 months later he tendered his resignation to pursue other interests. These were people who did not come out and speak their truth. Instead, they preferred to work covertly behind the scenes, using their imagination and contacts to reach their desired outcome. And it usually worked. I could probably hazard a reasonable guess at who the people behind the note were. Mums at school, members of the parish council, prominent business owners in the area. But I'd never know for sure. I'd never know if the person making me a sandwich in the local bakery was someone who was part of the village collective who'd signed that letter. And that made Linwick a dangerous place for us to be, and a toxic place for Tansy to grow up. I don't know. Maybe if I was outside looking in, I too would find it hard to believe a wife could be so gullible and unsuspecting. I might suspect she was protecting her husband in some way. I snuggled in close to Tansy's warm little body, desperate for comfort. Our daughter, full of goodness and kindness. "To the best daddy in the world," we used to write in all Michael's birthday and Father's Day cards, because it had been true. I'd believed that with all my heart, but now I couldn't get past all the evidence that was stacking up. I felt the weight of all the questions and difficult conversations that were still ahead of me bearing down. After the film, I fixed Tansy a glass of milk and a biscuit, and she settled down to draw Princess Jasmine flying away on her magic carpet. I sat down at the kitchen table with a coffee, my head in my hands, allowing myself 5 minutes of hopelessness. I kept thinking about Susie and Jakob, the fact that they'd both been at Wadebridge, the fact that they were both Polish, the fact that Michael had known them both. And still, it made no sense whatsoever. Donna and Ellie came over mid-afternoon. Soon, the girls were playing with a tea set and Tansy's soft toy brigade while we sat at the breakfast bar. I made coffee and set the biscuits Donna had brought with her on a plate. "Are you feeling okay?" Donna narrowed her eyes as she regarded me with concern. "I can see you're troubled, and no wonder. You're grieving." I nodded. Just being up at Wadebridge yesterday for the first time without Michael there, it was so odd, so strange. It never goes away. You just have to learn to live with it. She looked away, towards the light of the window. Even now, I wonder if we'll ever be able to find Matilda and put her to rest. Losing her We'll stay an open sore until we find out what happened. I pray we can do that before Mum goes." I wrapped my arms around her. "The police have been again," I whispered in her ear. "They're gearing up the investigation into Jakub Jasinski. He was a labourer who worked at Wadebridge. Michael told me he'd left about a year ago with no explanation, and although they haven't said as much, the police seem to think foul play may have been involved." "No. Are you saying they're putting Michael in the frame for his disappearance too?" Again, the urge to confide in Donna about finding Susie's phone surged up in me, looking for a way out. I felt so desperate to unburden myself, but I couldn't do it without finally sealing the suspicions about Michael. I fought it back down inside. Michael lied to them. I was there when he said he'd never heard of Jakub, and Irene is also being cagey about him, says she can't recall his name. I'm really scared Michael had something to do with him going missing. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the letter from the villagers that I'd flattened out and refolded. This was pushed through the door earlier. Donna scanned the contents, her eyes widening and then darkening with anger. "Do you know who wrote this? They have no right!" I shook my head and signalled for her to keep her voice down in front of the girls. "I'm sure I can guess some of the people behind it, just as you could. What bothers me are the solid reasons they refer to. Imagining what's being said is worse than actually knowing. I can't imagine how you're feeling, with even more trouble landing at your door like this. I can see your pain, and I can see how it's affecting Tansy." I heard myself speak before I could censor it. "Donna, I wanted to let you know that Tansy was so upset the other day. Ellie had said she'd overheard you and Paul talking. She told Tansy he'd said Michael had a girlfriend, and it was Susie." "Oh, no." Donna paled. "No, that's not right, Kate. Ellie must have got confused. I'd absolutely remember if he'd said something like that." And there it was, strong as ever, the old denial that Paul could possibly do anything wrong. I knew for a fact Ellie was too young to make something like that up. She'd heard it and then innocently repeated it to Tansy. That much was obvious. But really, what was the point in arguing about it? And there was the small detail that Paul was dead right. I couldn't deny it any longer after the new evidence I had uncovered. And yet, there was something inside, some tiny thing, you could call it naive or just plain stupid, that was forcing me to hold on to a wisp of hope that Michael was innocent of all wrongdoing. Is that what we all did when our backs were up against the wall? Cling on to the tatters of what we wanted, needed, to continue to believe? If we'd spent years investing ourselves, our entire lives, and those of our children into the integrity of someone, did we fall apart too if that person was found to be a stranger, a monster in our midst? If Michael had committed atrocious crimes, then I'd been living that lie too. I glanced over and watched my daughter, absorbed in play, yet far from the happy-go-lucky girl she'd been before. There was no doubt about it. Tansy was struggling with the death of her father. That would only be made 100 times worse if the police found something bad had happened to Jakub as well as Susie. And if they became convinced I knew something, well, it didn't bear thinking about what could happen. Chapter 40. Irene. Irene had just woken up from a pleasant 10-minute doze when Doris bustled through and told her there was someone here to see her. "It's those two detectives," she whispered. "I said you were resting and could I help, but they said they really needed to speak with you because you own the land." "That's all right, Doris," Irene said, not remotely agitated. "You can bring them through. Offer them some tea." Doris nodded and disappeared. Irene sat back and took in the view of the garden and the fields beyond. Doris was doing a good job in Susie's absence. She was a hard worker and dependable, and looked to Irene for guidance in every aspect of her work in the house. It was most satisfying, and it occurred to Irene that perhaps she should have gone for a more mature lady as a home help before now. The younger ones just brought trouble, it seemed. She looked up as Doris led the two detectives into the room. She'd spoken to these two before a couple of times, helped them with general queries, but Michael had been at her side then.
Hello again, Mrs. Wadebridge.
D.S. Brewster was larger than life and a little too bold for Irene's liking. Nice to see you, Mrs. Wadebridge. D.I. Price smiled and nodded behind him. Please, sit down, Irene said. What can I do for you? They sat, and Price folded her hands neatly together. As you know, Mrs. Wadebridge, we've been working hard on investigating the disappearance of Susie Barros. I do indeed know that, Irene nodded, but not had much luck in finding her, as I understand it. She saw Brewster wince. Well, we think that might be about to change, Price said. We're also very invested in solving the disappearance of Jakub Jasinski, who we believe worked here as a labourer for a considerable length of time. As I've said before, Michael dealt with all that, Irene said firmly, picking up her cup.
Brewster leaned forward. We wanted to ask you about that particular detail, Mrs. Wadebridge. How were the casual labour paid? Were they on the payroll, or was it a more informal arrangement?
Again, that was Michael's domain, Irene said regretfully. I'm sure I don't know what I'm going to do without him.
Brewster nodded. Well, we're here today to tell you about an exercise we've carried out remotely using the police drone.
Irene looked at him blankly.
Are you familiar with drones, Mrs. Wadebridge?
Brewster's voice softened a little.
Would you like me to explain to you what they are?
If you mean one of those unpiloted aircrafts that can carry out a number of procedures, ranging from delivery of packages to assisting in police and military operations, then no, I think I'm up to speed, thank you, Irene said mildly. You have to have a license to use them, apparently. She noticed D.I. Price attempt to smother a smirk. It had to be said that Irene didn't see much of the world outside the village these days, but she did listen to informative radio programmes and read the newspapers to keep up to date with what was going on. She had several papers delivered daily, from highbrow publications that stuck to the salient facts, through to the more playful editions that kept her abreast of the latest celebrity news and what was good to watch on television. It never failed to amuse her how people, especially men, it had to be said, seemed to assume she needed everything explained in a simple, drawn-out manner, despite her having lived, in some cases, twice as long as them.
That's grand. Impressive, that. Brewster coughed. So, we used a drone to survey the land surrounding Wadebridge, and we discovered some interesting possible anomalies in the topography of...
The land looks as if it's been disturbed in one of the fields at some point, Price provided.
Disturbed?
Irene raised an eyebrow. Well, it's hard to tell. The field is ploughed, not grassed. Was that something Michael would have overseen? She nodded. I rent some of the fields out to local farmers for arable land. Have done for years. She stared out of the window towards the very area they were discussing. Brewster unfolded an aerial photograph and pointed out an area outlined in red.
This is the field in question.
Irene reached for a small wooden box. Opening the lid only slightly, she pushed in her hand, making a satisfied sound before pulling out her reading glasses. Slipping them on, she peered down at the photograph before taking them off again. Oh, yes, I kept that field, she said. It isn't one that's rented out.
Well, we'd like to investigate the land further, Brewster said. Is that something you'd be happy for us to do, Mrs. Wadebridge?
Certainly, Irene said without hesitation. You must do whatever it takes to bring that young boy's mother back. If the fields might hold some clue, although I dread to imagine what, then go ahead with my blessing. Chapter 41. Nottinghamshire Police.
Well, that was easier than I anticipated, Brewster said as they walked back to the car. The old dear seemed quite open to the dig.
It was also interesting that the old dear defined a drone in far more eloquent terms than you'd have managed, Helena teased. Best not to underestimate our Mrs. Wadebridge, I reckon, Brewster. She finds it convenient to pass everything off as Michael's responsibility, but in my opinion, she's far too canny and curious not to keep up to speed on what's happening on her own land. Helena stared at the row of cottages as they approached their vehicle. They were all empty now, the only movement being yellow police tape that fluttered in the light breeze, the breadth of the fields serving as a barren backdrop to their damp, dark stone and shadowy vacant windows. She shivered and got into the passenger seat of the car. She was a pragmatic woman who unswervingly based all her theories and assumptions on fact, but she'd bet a year's salary that something bad had happened in this place. She felt it in the chill on her face, in the eerie silence of the land. She could swear she felt it in her very bones. Next, as they'd planned, even if they got Irene Wadebridge's approval, they headed back to the station to apply for a warrant.
Just in case our Mrs. Wadebridge changes her mind,
Brewster murmured. Once the warrant comes through, we've got what we need to go ahead, Helena agreed. Brewster thought aloud as he navigated the roads.
I know you don't rate gut feeling as a method of detection, boss, but what's your feeling about Kate Shaw? Do you think she knows anything about what her husband may have done? His likely involvement in the disappearances of Susie Barros and Jakub Jasinski?
Helena grimaced, considering the question, as Brewster stopped at traffic lights. Honestly, Brewster, I'm not sure yet. I couldn't come down on a definite yes or no. How about you?
Same, I suppose. If it turns out Shaw did away with one or both of them, I can't believe his wife would be so gullible and unobservant as to not notice at least some odd behaviour. Stuff wasn't quite adding up.
I'm pretty sure she would, Helena said as they set off again. The question is, would she confide any of that to us, or is she simply keeping it to herself in the hope that we won't reach a damning conclusion about her late husband?
Perhaps she might show her true colours when we tell her about the excavation plans,
Brewster suggested. Helena nodded. I guess we'll soon find out. Later, on her way home from the station, Helena pulled up outside a small, semi-detached house in Hucknall, the nearest town to Linwick, where Brewster had arranged her an appointment.
The Hansons are an experienced foster family that social services use for difficult or unusual temporary placements,
Brewster had explained to her, following his chat with Alex Barros's social worker.
Their own children are grown up, and they only take one child at a time, so all their attention and focus can be applied. They thought it was the ideal solution for Alex to come here.
The middle-aged woman who answered the door had very long brown hair that was parted like curtains over a wide, friendly face. Hi, I'm Janet Hanson, she said with a smile. Come on in. Alex is drawing at the kitchen table. Turns out he's quite a talented artist. She led them down a short hallway into a bright, airy, extended kitchen with French windows and a seating area. A balding, wiry man with a moustache and wearing Birkenstocks and loose linen trousers stood up and stepped forward.
Bill Hanson,
he said. Hello, I'm D.I. Helena Price. Thanks for agreeing to me calling at such short notice. It's no trouble, Janet said pleasantly. I'll make some tea. Chamomile or green leaf or English breakfast. The English breakfast would be great, thank you. She walked over to the table. Hi, Alex. She bent forward to inspect the detailed drawing he seemed engrossed in. That looks great. A tractor. It's a plough, Alex said. Bill took me to see one in a field. He pointed to a complicated-looking roller at the front. This part rakes the soil and breaks up the lumps. He looked over at Bill, who gave him an approving thumbs up.
He's bright, this lad. Applies himself.
Helena sat down next to the boy. Looks like you're doing a great job there. It was good to see the boy engaging with people around him without having to be coerced, like had happened last time at Kate Shaw's house. I like drawing, he said. I had an art set at my house in Poland. There were 6 pencils in it, all with different types of lead. They were very good for drawing. Helena raised an eyebrow. Alex seemed like a different boy. Take a kid who felt vulnerable and nervous and make them feel secure, and they bloomed like a flower. The Hansons were obviously doing a great job with him. Janet placed a glass of juice in front of him, and he paused in his drawing to thank her. Helena saw her chance. "Alex, do you think you could stop what you're doing just for a few minutes so we can talk?" He put his pencil down carefully and reached for the juice. He turned slightly in his chair to look at her. "Have you found my mummy yet?" "I'm afraid not," she said, "but we're hoping you might be able to help us. Last time we spoke, we talked about life back in Poland and the things you missed about it. But now I'd like you to think back to the days before your mum went missing. How did she seem to you? Was she happy here in England?" Alex thought for a moment, then said, "She was happy in England, but she was worried about stuff too. She said soon we could find a nicer place to live." "Did she mean nicer than Wadebridge?" He nodded. "I think so. I know your mum got on well with Irene, didn't she? And Michael too. Why do you think she wanted to move away from the cottage you rented there?" "She didn't like Michael," he said, touching the side of his glass absently. "But she said she had to be nice to him." "I see," Helena said. "And did she say why?" "No. She liked Kate, but not Michael." "She got on well with Kate, didn't she?" Alex nodded. "She said Kate was nice. She also said that if I was ever in trouble and she wasn't around, someone would be looking out for me." "Who do you think she meant, Alex?" He looked down. "I don't know." Helena felt a sharp pang in her chest, as if she might have hit on something. She needed to pursue the possible lead, but there was a risk attached. The boy could either crack open or close right down. "I'm wondering why your mum might have said that." She paused and looked at Alex. Alex stared down at the table. "Perhaps she was worried you might be upset, so she kept some things a secret." "My mum didn't keep secrets from me," Alex said, his face darkening. "It's okay if she did, Alex," Helena said calmly. "Perhaps she thought you were too young, that you'd get upset." "She told me everything. She said I was old enough to know everything." Helena nodded. "That's good. She told you everything, but she didn't tell you the real reason she left Poland, and she didn't tell you why she didn't like Michael Shaw." There was a tense silence. And then, suddenly, just as Helena had decided the boy wasn't going to say any more, he stood up, his fists balled, 2 spots of colour flaring in his cheeks. "She was looking for her friend Jakub," he yelled, the buried anger and frustration pouring out of him. "Michael knew where Jakub was, but wouldn't tell her. He was talking to her at the Christmas lights, and he made her cry. Then Mummy went away." Tears ran unchecked down his cheeks. "But she hasn't come back, and it's been ages." "It's okay, Alex," Helena said kindly. "Don't get upset about it. You've done nothing wrong, and you've helped us so much. We're going to do our very, very best to find your mum." Chapter 42. 2nd of December 2019. Kate. The day after the funeral, I'd arranged with the school to return to my part-time teaching assistant role this Monday. I'd so missed the children and the contact with the other staff, but after the delivery of the sinister letter, and with several of the school staff living in or close to the village, I also felt more than a bit on edge. Our routine had always been that on the mornings I worked, I dropped Tansy off a little early in the library, with Miss Monsell's permission, so I could meet with the teaching assistant who organised our hours and the reading rota. I sat in the staff room now, teachers milling around me, collecting their mail from pigeonholes, chatting about planning, and grabbing a quick coffee before the start of class. 1 or 2 people smiled and nodded. I knew their faces, but I was only friendly with the teachers in years 5 and 6, because it was those classes I worked in. My attention was caught by a small group of staff in the corner. I felt certain I'd seen a couple of furtive glances darted over towards me before the low hum of voices resumed. Was I becoming paranoid because of the letter? For all I knew, it was just a handful of spiteful people trying to make trouble for me. I'd always got on well with my school colleagues, and I was sure I'd done the right thing coming back here, despite my initial doubts. I just needed to relax and get used to being around people again. That was all it was. The staff room door opened, and Jill Chilton came in. I'd worked with Jill for the last 3 years, since the last teaching assistant who'd organised the class rotas retired. Jill did a great job and was friendly and approachable. She scanned the room and saw me, coming straight over to where I sat. "Kate," she said, sitting down next to me and smiling. "How are you? I was so sorry to hear about Michael. How are you and Tansy bearing up?" "We're just trying to get through each day, I suppose," I said, not wanting to linger on Michael's death. "Tansy is being so brave, and Miss Monsell says she's trying really hard in class." "That's good to hear," Jill said, glancing over at the group in the corner. "Really good." There were a few moments of silence that I felt moved to fill. "I'm looking forward to getting back into the swing of things," I said. "Will I be working in the same class, or—" "That's exactly what I've come over to talk to you about," Jill said, pressing her lips together. "We've had a bit of a rejig of the reading rotas in your absence, and actually, well, we've realised we don't really need you for the rest of the term. We thought you might appreciate the break with so much happening." "Honestly, time on my hands is the last thing I need." I gave a nervous laugh. "I'm looking forward to working with the kids again, Jill. I've really missed it." "You've been such a valued member of our rota team. We're so grateful for what you've done for the children." Her placatory words definitely had the ring of the past tense about them. What was she trying to tell me exactly? This was more than a rejig, as she put it. "I get the feeling decisions have already been made," I said slowly. "I just wonder why." "I'm so sorry, Kate. It's out of my hands." Jill had the grace to look embarrassed. She was obviously the messenger for a decision that had been made at a higher level. "We can review it again next term, okay?" My heart was racing, and I felt sure my cheeks must be flushed, but I kept my voice level. "Look, I'm here now. Can I be of some use at least? It doesn't have to be reading." I looked around the room, suddenly aware that the hum of conversation had dropped to virtually nothing. More glances were definitely being sent my way. "I really appreciate your offer, but that won't be necessary," Jill said. It was obvious from her tapping foot and restless hands she was cringing inside, but her manner had become a touch more formal. "I apologise that you've had a wasted journey. I think they could have decided all this before your first morning back." I stood up, angled my body away from the staff so they couldn't see my face. "When you say they, who do you mean exactly?" She hesitated, as if she was considering whether to say something. Then, as if she'd resigned herself to the fact I wasn't going to be fobbed off, said, "The head teacher and the governors. The official line is that it's no longer appropriate for you to be working in school. I'm sorry, Kate." I heard whispers behind me and wheeled around, suddenly furious that they were acting like kids out in the playground. "What?" I said loudly, looking around. "If you've something to say, then have the guts to say it to my face at least." Everyone seemed to suddenly find their own feet and hands fascinating. Eyes swiveled away from me. People turned back to their mail and planning sheets. "She's got some front," I heard someone murmur close by. Then I knew. Somehow, they'd heard about the police interest in Michael's involvement in Susie Barros's disappearance, and possibly Jakub Jasinski's. More worryingly, they seemed to think I was somehow involved in that too. I got back home just as Tansy would be starting her first lesson of the day. I felt as though my chest had caved in. I shut the front door behind me and sat down on the stairs, dropping my head low to try and stave off the nausea I'd felt sure would knock me off my feet on the walk home. Everything Jill had said to me had seemed on the face of it to be perfectly reasonable, They'd had a reorganisation. They didn't need me to work in class until at least next term. Both she and I knew the real reason that was swimming under the calm surface of her patter. Rumours were lurking in school and on the streets about Michael. About me. They didn't want the hassle that would inevitably come from parents concerned about a suspected criminal's wife having unsupervised contact with their children. The author of that letter might well have been one of the school governors themselves. I had no means of fighting back. I was a temporary part-time classroom reading assistant with a 0 hours contract. I hadn't got a leg to stand on. The sound of the doorbell made me spring to my feet, my heart lurching in my chest. I didn't look through the peephole. I just opened the door. "Morning, Mrs. Shaw," D.I. Price said briskly. "Sorry to turn up like this, but can we have a minute?" Wordlessly, I stepped back so they could enter the hall. As I closed the door, I saw 2 mums I knew from school craning their necks and whispering their theories out on the pavement. I didn't offer drinks or ask the detectives to sit down. I just wanted them to say what they'd come to say and leave. "I'm not feeling too good," I said. "Will this take long?" No, it won't take long at all," Price said, glancing at her colleague.
"It's a courtesy call, really," Brewster said, "to let you know that we'll be carrying out an organised forensic procedure up at Wadebridge tomorrow afternoon."
I looked blankly at him. "Essentially, it's a screened dig by trained officers," Price added. "You're digging for bodies?" I said faintly, leaning back against the wall.
"We carried out an exercise with the police drone and identified what looks like disturbed ground on one of the Wadebridge fields," Brewster explained. "It might be something and nothing, but we've had clearance to investigate further."
"And we have the approval of Irene Wadebridge," Price added. I looked up at that. Irene knew what they were doing and hadn't told me. Something washed over me, a sort of panic. My decision to stay quiet gave way to a damage limitation exercise in the face of such a serious police exercise, the dig. "Wait here," I said, and rushed upstairs. 2 minutes later I was back again. "I found this, in Michael's toolbox." I thrust the item forward. "It's Susie Barros's phone. It has Polish writing on it, and I've seen her with it before." Neither of them reacted for a moment. D.S. Brewster looked at the phone and calmly took a plastic evidence bag from his pocket.
"Pop it in there, please, Mrs. Shaw."
I dropped the phone in and wiped my hand on the side of my trousers. "When did you discover this piece of evidence, and where exactly?" Price said curtly. "I found it this morning, just before I took Tansy to school. I was just going to ring you guys when you turned up at the door."
"There's a coincidence,"
Brewster said. "I swear. I needed to change a fuse and I went in Michael's toolbox for a screwdriver, and it was there. The phone was just lying there at the bottom of the toolbox." "And you're saying you knew nothing about it until then?" Price frowned. "You didn't know Michael had Susie Barros's phone?" "No, of course I didn't." I saw Price glance down at my hands, and I realised I'd balled them into tight fists. My armpits were damp, and I kept blinking rapidly. My eyes felt dry and sore. "I didn't know, I swear. It was a shock to find it there."
"Mrs. Shaw, we'll need to search these premises," Brewster said, taking out his own phone. "Are you in agreement for us to do that?"
"Yes, I mean, it will look bad if I say no, won't it?" The detectives glanced at each other. "There's nothing else here, I'm sure of it."
"You didn't know Miss Barros's phone was here until this morning, though, is that right?" Brewster said.
"Yes, I mean, no, I didn't know, but there can't be anything else. There just can't." The detectives stood up. "Can we ask that you don't leave the premises, Mrs. Shaw?" Price said. "We'll contact headquarters now, and the search and forensics teams should be here shortly." "Of course," I said, my heart battering my chest wall. "That's fine. Thank you." I felt sick with relief they hadn't arrested me. When they stepped out into the hallway, I rushed forward. "Can I be there tomorrow?" I blurted out. "Can I come to the dig, or isn't that allowed?"
"We'll be screening the forensic excavation from view, And the field itself will be out of bounds. I'd advise you to stay away, Brewster said shortly.
There's a public footpath running close to the field, so you won't be able to stop anyone who wants to watch, I said. My heart sank at the idea of word getting out and half the village turning up. As D.S. Brewster has said, it's best if you stay away, Mrs. Shaw. But if you're determined to attend, then best to let us know beforehand, Price said carefully. We can arrange for someone to accompany you to and from the site. That's not necessary. I don't need you to... My words petered out when I saw their faces and understood what they'd been getting at.
It might be for the best, Mrs. Shaw, Brewster said quietly. Emotions can run high in situations such as this.
They were offering me protection from my own friends and neighbours.
Chapter 43, 3rd of December 2019. I stood at the edge of the field, flanked by 2 uniformed police officers. We were up at the Wadebridge estate, 3 acres of fields with a main house with a large garden and a row of 5 stone cottages. The place my husband, Michael, had worked for more than 20 years. A sheet of freezing rain arrowed down the back of my neck, trickling down my spine. My jeans were already soaked through, and the raindrops dripped from the tip of my nose and my earlobes. I thought longingly of home, our house being just a 15-minute walk from here, the warmth of the log burner, curtains closed against the weather, and Tansy snuggled into my side as we read the Ichabod together for the umpteenth time this week. In front of me was a different scene, my new reality. White tarpaulin sheets stretched high and wide across the middle section of the field, stark and clinical against the sludge and the moody skies. Behind the screen, I could hear the guttural roar of the yellow digger, its dull black bucket plunging into the depths, forcing the earth to reveal its grim secrets. Powerful spotlights illuminated the area of police interest and the wide circle of land around it. The smell of damp, clogged earth stuck in my nostrils and throat, and I fought the urge to gag. I turned away from the field to look at the people who were standing along the track, a public right-of-way that ran directly behind the row of cottages. They meandered in and out of their small, curious groups, standing and chatting for a minute or 2 before moving on. I recognized most of the faces that stared boldly back at me without acknowledgement. Locals who knew exactly what was happening here. People I used to consider friends and acquaintances who now found themselves unable to express their condolences. People we had lived peacefully alongside for years. Now they'd braved the elements to come and watch our lives crumble as the drama unfolded, the small points of light cast from their phones dancing like sprites in the gloom. Behind me, the press. The constant flashes from the cameras were distracting, and every few seconds I'd hear my name being called with a jarring, unwanted familiarity.
Kate! Do you know what they're going to find here? Who's looking after your daughter, Kate? Where's Tansy?
My life was now an open book to these people, a free-for-all. I was no longer a human being. In their eyes, I was subject matter. I was a headline, the star of a grim and gory story everyone wanted to read. I didn't look their way. I didn't give any sign at all that I heard them calling out. I pulled up the collar of my old waxed jacket and shoved my bare hands into the pockets. The fingers of my right hand closed around a soft ball, and my heart squeezed. Tansy's woolen mittens, left in my pocket from a few weeks ago, when we'd walked over here to bring her daddy his sandwiches and to furrow for some yarrow for her flour press. Stomach acid bubbled up into my throat, and I closed my eyes against what was to come, what my 6-year-old daughter would have to face.
Mrs. Shaw, Daily Mail,
a man's voice called out, closer than the others. He sounded friendly, sympathetic.
Did you have any clue at all about what your husband did? We can help you tell your side of the story, put an end to all the speculation. What do you say?
I didn't turn around.
Yesterday, the police had searched the house. I called Donna and asked her to pick up Tansy from school and to keep her last night so I could get things straight after the disruption. It had taken hours. They'd gone through every inch of the house, even lifted carpets and floorboards. They'd emptied the garden shed and virtually dismantled the garage. A huge group of press gathered outside the house, blocking the road and inflaming passing drivers. I didn't leave the house. I sat in a corner of the kitchen and stared out at the garden. I went into the living room twice to peek around the curtains. There were villagers out there, standing around in groups, some with a takeaway coffee from the larder. They talked and looked towards the house with twisted expressions and sneering faces. The police found nothing. They took away items of Michael's clothing and shoes and the family laptop, but there were no startling revelations, no more of Susie Barros's items. I'd felt relieved, but wounded. I'd felt exposed and under fire from the obvious hostility outside the house. The rain pelted down harder now, the biting wind scalding my cheeks, but I welcomed the discomfort. The sound of the digger filled my head with its relentless drone, every second bringing me closer to facing the horror that I dreaded and they all craved. Then, a splutter, the powering down of an engine, and the noise suddenly stopped. For a moment or two, there was perfect silence. Then someone shouted from behind the tarpaulin sheet, a sound of alarm. The gaggle of headline-hungry reporters behind me erupted, surged forward. Cameras flashed so rapidly it almost felt like daylight. Voices rose in unison, all shouting my name and vying for attention, demanding answers. Several officers formed a loose chain behind us to restrain the press. "What's happened?" I whispered hoarsely to my escorts. "Does this mean they found something?" Neither of the officers responded. A few feet away, D.I. Price talked animatedly on her phone in a low, confidential voice. Before I could get her attention, she ended the call and dashed behind the screen. My sinuses were blocked solid, and I had to drag air in through my mouth. A hum of chatter rose up. "Have they found something?" a man shouted from the track. "Is it human remains?" The radio of the officer to my right crackled, and he stepped away to speak into it. Another spurt of crackling, but I couldn't decipher what was being said. I found myself praying silently, "Please, God, don't let them have found her." But the air seemed drenched with a dark foreboding, and I knew it would be bad. Very bad. The officer with the radio returned and whispered something to his colleague. The second man gave a low whistle. "Jeez," he said, shaking his head, clearly appalled. "What is it? What have they found?" A wave of panic shunted up and gathered in my chest, choking me like smoke. "I have a right to know." The officers looked at each other, and then one of them turned to me, his face impassive. "You'll find out soon enough, Mrs. Shaw. Don't you worry about that," he said coldly, glancing at the reporters behind him. "I can guarantee that by tomorrow morning, the entire country will be talking about it." Chapter 44, 4th of December, 2019. The morning after the forensic excavation, I woke to everything hurting. My head, my stomach, even my fingers and toes ached. I lay there, feeling like I needed to move, but knowing I couldn't. Not yet. Despite resenting what Paul had said about Michael having a girlfriend in Ellie's earshot, I had to thank my lucky stars yet again for Donna and Paul, who'd also kept Tansy yesterday afternoon and overnight. The telephone rang, and I picked the call up within seconds on autopilot. "Hello?" "Mrs. Shaw, this is the Mansfield Sentinel. Have you any comment about the police findings yesterday up at—" I slammed down the phone. Within seconds, it rang again. I unplugged it at the wall. When I checked my mobile, I had dozens of missed calls, and it was only just after 8 in the morning. Reporters. The police officers had predicted that the results of the police excavation work would be all over the newspapers today. I could hardly remember coming to bed last night. My head was still full of the droning police excavator, the accusatory shouts of the press and the villagers. I'd called around at Donna's house afterwards and dissolved into tears on the doorstep. Donna had ushered me inside. I hadn't realised Tansy was watching from the kitchen, her little face wearing the kind of worried and pained expression that did not belong on the face of an innocent 6-year-old child. In the space of 3 weeks, her ordered, dependable family life had disintegrated into utter chaos. And now this, what effect would it have on her in the future? She'd rushed over and we'd hugged. "I love you so much," I whispered into her clean, soft hair. "Mummy, what's wrong?" she'd whimpered, her little hands clutching at my own. "Mummy's fine," I'd said, kissing her cheek. "I'm just not feeling well. I'll be okay after a rest." "Go and play with Ellie, sweetie, and I'll make Mummy a cup of tea," Donna had said. After studying my fake smile critically for a moment, Tansy did as she was told. I could not fault Donna's support in this, our time of need. She was the only person I could really rely on, and I felt infinitely grateful to her. She'd made tea and brought it through. "Is Paul home?" She'd nodded. "He's upstairs, which is unusual. He never seems to be home just lately." Her dark eyes betrayed her flippant reply. "He's been so good, though, taking time off work to look after Tansy." Donna had pulled a face. "That's what I thought too, but he's been out and about, coming up with excuses why he needs to be out of the house. Like I said, I recognise this behaviour from when he's strayed before. Tell me what happened up at Wadebridge." I'd talked her through the forensic excavation, the awful sounds, the smell of the damp earth, the spectators. I swear half the village turned out to come and have a look. The press were baying like wild dogs, and then when the digger stopped and it was obvious they'd found something, the police just escorted me away and wouldn't say a word. "Do you think they found a body?" "They must have done. The police were scurrying around, and they couldn't wait to get me out of the way and disperse the crowd." "Do you think it's Susie Barros?" I'd looked down at my hands and nodded. "I can't think about it, Donna. I can't get my head around the fact that Michael had anything to do with something happening to Susie. I just can't. One of the police officers made a comment that it would be all over the press tomorrow." Now I opened my call list and rang Donna. Her first question was, "Did you manage to get some sleep?" "I'm not sure. I feel like I've been awake most of the night, but I was so exhausted when I got back from your house. How's Tansy?" "She's fine. They've had breakfast and now they're ready for school. Paul's going to take them in and have a word with Miss Monsell about the police excavation work in case anyone says anything to Tansy. I've had a little chat to her about letting Mummy rest, and she understands perfectly, so you mustn't worry." "Thanks, Donna. I don't know what I'd do without you." Paul was another matter. I couldn't work out where his loyalties lay. Then, "How's things your end?" She knew what I meant. "He's in the shower as we speak. He had a few errands and places he needed to call yesterday, apparently," she said, her words dripping with sarcasm. "When I ask where, he answers me like a politician, saying quite a lot, but telling me nothing at all. I'm at the larder all day today, but Paul's stuck at home in Zoom meetings, so at least I have peace of mind where he is. We can chat when I bring the girls over later. Anyway, enough about me. I'm more worried about you. Have you looked online?" "No, but I'm scared to," I confessed. "I wanted to call you first, and then I'm going to take a look. I'm just terrified of what I might find." "I've looked," she said. "Do you want to know?" "Okay," I said, unsure. "I think it's safe to say people think they've found something. Most likely Susie Barros's body. People are starting to talk about Jakub Jasinski's disappearance too, but everyone seems to be waiting for cast-iron evidence." She went quiet. "It brings it all back. I can't bear to think of what happened to Matilda, but I wanted to look online for you, to save you the anticipation of what you might find. I'm so sorry, Donna, I said. Please don't make yourself feel worse by trying to help me. I've got to face the truth, but I won't talk to the press, and I'm avoiding social media for now. I think you need to be aware, though, Kate. The villagers can be hostile. I hear things, and I'm worried you might be tried and convicted behind closed doors. I know people are speculating that Michael may have killed Susie Barros, and that I've known about it all along. She looked taken aback at my candour. It's the stuff of TV crime drama. I felt panic begin to stir. Our own people had turned against us. Everyone believed Michael was guilty. Now they were trying to drag me into the lion's den. There just wasn't enough space in my head to deal with it. I can hear Paul on his phone upstairs, Donna said urgently. I need to listen. I'll let you go. I'll call you soon about picking up Tansy. No worries, they're playing nicely. Gotta go. Speak soon. I ended the call and swiped down for notifications. My phone screen filled with missed calls and Facebook alerts. I ignored them and went straight to the Sentinel's page. I found what I was looking for in seconds. Remains found in search for missing woman. Forensic officers have unearthed human remains from an area of land known locally as Wadebridge, located on a hillside about a mile from the centre of the historic village of Linwick. Nottinghamshire police have been searching for missing Polish woman Susie Barros, who came over to the UK with her young son over 6 months ago. Barros disappeared after attending the popular Christmas lights turn-on. DI Helena Price, who is leading the Wadebridge investigation, told the Sentinel, "It's too early to comment on our findings yesterday. For now, I can confirm that the search for Susie Barros will continue." I scrolled down, and against my better judgment, I read the comments under the article. Book Club Star 55. The missing Polish woman lived in a rented Wadebridge cottage, and now the police have found human remains on Wadebridge land. Everyone knows who managed that land for the owner, Michael Shaw. Come on, Notts Police, use your common sense. Footy fan, MU. Probably topped himself to avoid justice. Sarah J, 1968. Someone must have known what he was up to. Maybe his wife? Thomas Skinner. She was at the dig yesterday. Wouldn't look at anybody. Wonder why. My online viewing was cut short by an incoming call. The screen lit up with DI Helena Price, and I remembered I'd saved her number when she'd left me her card a while ago. "Mrs. Shaw," she said when I answered. "DI Helena Price here. I'm calling because I wanted to let you know myself that we sadly found human remains at the forensic excavation yesterday." "Yes, I just read about it online on the Sentinel's website," I said frostily. Shame they couldn't have told me what to expect. "I wonder if you'd be able to come into the station this afternoon, say 4 p.m? We have some questions we'd like to ask that could help our investigation." I sighed. Would this never end? "I can be there for 4. "Thank you. I also wanted to let you know some confidential information that the press aren't party to. I must ask you to keep this strictly to yourself for now." "I understand," I said, holding my breath. "As I said, we found human remains yesterday. Of 2 bodies." "What?" "A recently deceased male with Polish identification papers, and the remains of a female—" "Oh my God, no!" I gasped, clamping my hand over my mouth. So they had found Susie Barros's body. My heart filled with pain for young Alex. The forensic anthropologist has confirmed the remains of a female child who died some time ago. The line fell silent as her words rang in my head. The remains of a female child. There was only one child gone missing in Linwick 23 years ago, and that was Matilda. Matilda Spencer, Donna's lost sister. Chapter 45. I put down the phone, trying and failing to digest what D.I. Price had told me. I was questioning myself, what I thought I knew about Michael, about Irene Wadebridge, the stories he'd told me about life growing up in the village. I knew memories of what happened to Matilda remained vivid to him. Michael would have been young when Matilda went missing. He'd have been 15, old enough to do her harm if he'd wanted. I'd noticed Donna seemed to be fading every day. She was losing weight, her face paler than usual. Even her red hair seemed less vibrant, as if she was slowly turning into a shadow of her former self. It was the product of constantly fretting what Paul was up to. But what would this latest blow do to her? D.I. Price hadn't confirmed that the remains were Matilda's, but there weren't any other missing children that I knew of. It was obvious the male was Jakub Jasinski, but the police would not be drawn until they'd had official forensic confirmation, which could take several days, if not longer. I couldn't possibly tell Donna what I now knew. In the unlikely event that it wasn't Matilda after all, it would finish her off. For the sake of a few more days until the police findings were certain, I couldn't risk blowing her life out of the water. I was swimming, trying my best not to drown in grief for the husband I thought I'd known, worrying for my daughter's future, and in the middle of it all, Donna was slowly suffocating in her own past horrors. I went to see the doctor, and he's put me back on tablets for anxiety. He's also given me some strong sedatives to try and get me back into the routine of sleep, she'd told me a few days ago when I'd asked how she felt. Have they helped? The last couple of nights they've worked brilliantly, but I can't drive while I'm on them, so I won't be taking them for long. I feel trapped. Susie's disappearance had plunged her into the nightmare of 23 years ago when her beloved sister went missing. The tendrils of that time had always touched her present life, and although she didn't realise it yet, the tragedy was set to claim her once again. I fell into a restless nap on the sofa, waking up in a sweat, my heart beating twice as fast as before. I had to go to the shop. I'd neglected everything at home and had no food in for when Tansy came back later. As I came out of the supermarket car park with a bag full of goodies for the girls' tea later, I joined a short queue waiting to turn right at the junction. I saw a familiar-looking silver BMW and watched as Paul sailed by, singing to some tune he was listening to. Contrary to what Donna had said about him taking Michael's death badly, he looked as if he hadn't a care in the world. Intrigued, I swapped lanes and turned left to follow him. There was one other car between us, and I slid in behind it. Donna had told me Paul was stuck at home in Zoom meetings all day, but it didn't look that way to me. He headed out towards the motorway. A couple more cars tucked in behind him. I could still easily see him, but my cover was improved. I pulled down my visor, even though it was dull outside and I could have done with more light in the car. He took the M1 north and immediately put his foot down. I increased my speed to the legal limit, but he was soon exceeding 70 miles per hour as he sailed ahead in the fast lane. I had no choice but to go at 80, which made me uncomfortable and strained the car. But I was aware we were approaching an exit, and if I wasn't close enough, I might lose him. In the event, though, he didn't take the exit, instead continuing north. I kept my foot to the floor and hoped for the best. I disliked motorway driving at the best of times, and I hated going too fast. My little Ford Fiesta was starting to shake, and I knew I couldn't keep it up for much longer. Then, to my relief, Paul started to move back across the lanes, decreasing his speed in readiness for exiting the motorway at junction 29. I followed 2 cars behind him. He took the A617 for about a mile and then turned off onto a side road. There was only one vehicle between us now, and my heart pounded when the driver turned off and it was just me and Paul. I didn't want to blow my cover. I wasn't so close I was worried about him recognizing me in his rearview mirror, but I didn't know how observant he was about cars. Although he knew I had a red Ford Fiesta, it was hardly an unusual model. I watched as we passed streets packed full of houses. This was unfamiliar territory. I didn't know Chesterfield well, had only been there a handful of times, to restaurants on nights out, and to a good retail park on the outskirts, but we were off the beaten track here, on a housing estate. Was Paul going to visit someone? Donna was adamant she'd seen the signs of more infidelity. My heart started galloping. What would I do if this was it? The other woman's house? If she came to the door, would I get out of the car and start shouting? Of course not. So why had I come here? Paul had suggested they divorce in the heat of an argument, but still, if I found out he did have a mistress after all, it might be useful to Donna legally. I'd followed him here of my own volition, and now I felt nervous about what I might discover. I didn't like the thought of my friend being betrayed, but in her fragile state, this new knowledge could send her over the edge. But I was too far in to turn back now. I'd see it through, and if there was something untoward happening, then I'd sleep on it and decide what to do. I expected Paul to slow down at any moment and pull onto the driveway of one of the smart, new-build detached properties we were passing, but he kept on going. He turned left, turned right, drove straight on, and presently I sensed the area beginning to change. The houses were older semis, ex-council houses, and then, when he turned into yet another street, run-down terraces peppered with "To Let" signs. Some properties had several signs, which meant they had probably been converted to bedsits. We approached another junction, and then, unexpectedly, Paul slowed quickly and pulled over to the right, stopping the car outside a grubby-looking Chinese takeaway with a red closed sign hanging in the window. I hit the brakes, spotting a narrow side street to the left and turning in. He hadn't got out of the car yet, and I did a quick three-point turn, so I was facing the right way to observe him. I turned off the engine and waited, glancing at the dashboard clock. It was 12:12. After a moment, he climbed out, smoothed a hand through his hair, and walked around to the back of the car. He opened the boot and took out a couple of bags of shopping and a supermarket bunch of flowers, then closed the boot and locked the car. It looked as if he was headed to the takeaway, but then he pushed open a peeling green gate at the side of the shop and disappeared down an alleyway. I looked up and down the street and saw lots of similar gates. It seemed we were in Bedsit Central. I reached for my phone, opened the camera, and zoomed in as closely as I could, snapping a photo of the gate. When I pinched the picture to zoom in, I saw there were two numbers painted on the gate, 13A and 13B. I waited, 12:22, and waited, 12:29. What if he was planning on spending the whole afternoon here? I wasn't going to wait around forever, and at least I had something for Donna if she needed to contact the other woman. Yet I couldn't quite bring myself to leave just yet. 12:38. The minutes ticked by slowly when you were waiting on someone with nothing else to do. I had my Kindle in my handbag and debated getting it out. Then, at 12:52, Paul emerged from the green gate. I snapped a pic or two for posterity as he stepped out onto the street. When he turned around, I saw there was someone else standing in the shadow of the alleyway. Paul said something, holding out his hands in a sort of "what can I do" gesture, and briefly, the woman stepped forward into the light. A small noise escaped my throat, and my hand flew to my mouth. With shaking fingers, I managed to snap a couple of photos. Then I dropped the phone. I pressed my head back into the neck rest as I made sense of what I was witnessing. The woman in the alleyway was Susie Barros. Chapter 46. I felt dazed. When Paul had driven away and Susie had disappeared back inside, closing the gate behind her, I sat in the car and just stared into space. I started to itch all over. All this time, all this upheaval of everyone looking for her. I'd started to fully believe Michael had done something terrible, and now here she was. She'd been hiding away, laughing at us. And all this time, Paul knew. I glanced at the clock. Tansy and Ellie had a dance and drama after school club until 4:30, so I still had some time before I had to be at home. Donna was picking up the girls, and then after I'd been to the police station at 4, Ellie was coming back to our house for tea. But the girls' pizza was far from my mind right now. I wanted to call Donna and tell her everything. I wanted to ring the police and witness them hauling Susie out under a charge of wasting police time. I thought bitterly of the way they'd hounded Michael because they'd suspected he had something to do with her disappearance. I wanted to go in there and wring her skinny neck for putting Alex through torture while she enjoyed a torrid affair with Paul Thatcher. I didn't do any of that in the end. I just sat there, thinking everything through, until I felt I'd made the right decision. I got out of the car and locked it. Hooking my handbag over my arm, I crossed the road and approached the green gate. 13A and 13B. Which one? I pushed open the gate and walked down the dark, dank passageway. My footsteps echoed in the narrow space, and I shivered, more in anticipation of confronting Susie than because I was cold. At the end of the passage, there were 2 weather-worn brown doors leading off a tiny yard. Weeds sprouted up through the cracked concrete, and pizza boxes and beer cans lay in a sodden heap in the corner. I looked at 13A on my left and 13B on my right. Both looked equally drab and neglected. There were no doorbells, so I rapped on 13A. No answer. I tried again, but nobody came. I did the same with 13B, and a young man appeared, holding headphones in one hand and a phone in the other.
Yeah?
He looked to be in his early 20s. He had dark shadows under his eyes and was dressed in a grubby white t-shirt covered in stains and baggy cotton shorts. He peered at me blearily. "Sorry, wrong door," I said. Before I'd even finished speaking, he stepped back and closed it. I took a breath, pushed my shoulders back, and knocked again on 13A. I knocked and knocked and knocked. If I hadn't just seen her, I'd have left. But I knew she was in there, hiding away from a police investigation and from a very upset little boy. "Susie, I know you're in there. Answer the door. I'll stay here all day if I must. Maybe I'll just call the police." Bang, bang, bang. I had questions, and she had to answer them whether she liked it or not. It was time for her to be accountable for her selfish, deceitful actions. As I raised my fist again to batter the wood, the door opened, and Susie stood there. She looked scraggy and pale. Her hair had been cut, short and badly. The groomed image was gone. She wore torn jeans and a baggy jumper that was at least 3 sizes too big. We looked at each other. I clenched my jaw. "Leave me alone," she said, her voice fearful. "You have no right to come here." "I have every right to come here." I stepped forward, and she tried to slam the door shut, but I got my foot over the step and jammed it open. Go away or I'll... "You'll what, Susie? Ring the police? I think they'll be delighted to learn you're safe and well. And what about little Alex? Will you speak to him too? Remind him he's got a mother? Maybe he'll be able to go to bed happy instead of crying himself to sleep." "Stop!" She covered her face with her hands. I stepped inside and she moved back, away from me. I closed the door, my nose wrinkling as I smelled damp and a sour, unclean odour. I was in a large, dirty room, a sink, oven and tabletop fridge on one side, with a sagging 2-seater sofa and an upright dining chair arranged in front of a 3-bar fire. The place was freezing, the carpet covered in dark stains that had hardened the pile. "Why are you here?" I demanded. "What happened?" She balled her fists and opened her mouth, ready to have another go at me. "I'm not leaving until you tell me why you'd choose this hole above living in the cottage with Alex, who is suffering and missing you more every day." She just sort of deflated in front of me, as if all the stuffing inside her had dissolved. Then she sat down heavily on the sofa and pressed her face into her hands again. "I don't know where to start," she wailed. Paul wouldn't let me leave. He said I couldn't yet or I'd go to prison. Start from the beginning. I sat on the chair. I had to somehow let go of my obvious anger or we'd get nowhere. Start with why you came over to England. And this time, let's have the truth. I met the love of my life at school, she said. I was known as Anna back in Poland, short for Zuzanna. We were together from the age of 13. We lived in the same village. Our families knew each other. And, well, it was always just assumed that one day we'd marry and have children. But when I was 18, my head was turned by another local man, Oscar. He had an air of excitement about him. He'd been living in another part of the country, and he was a bit flashy. I liked it. He made the other men look boring. Anyway, I ended up marrying him instead, and then we had Alex. It all sounded fairly standard to me, but her face looked troubled. Years passed, and I realized Oscar wasn't who I thought he was. His smart image covered up a troubled man who liked to use his fists rather than talk. And he had some very dodgy contacts. His flash car and house had not been earned by working in a car factory as I'd thought. It was through other dealings of which I did not ask details. Susie glanced at me, then looked away again, as though she felt ashamed to meet my gaze. I was trapped in a violent marriage. I wanted to leave with Alex, but Oscar said he would hunt us down, and when he'd finished with me, he would make sure no other man would want me. But you managed to get yourself to the UK? I tried to keep my tone reasonable so I could get information out of her, but I wasn't sure I believed a thing she said. After all, this was a woman who had lied to everyone, including myself and her young son, when she staged her disappearance at the Christmas lights event. I never forgot my sweetheart, and as each year passed, I regretted more and more my decision to leave him and marry Oscar. I went to see his family to ask for his contact details, and they told me they had not heard from him for 6 months. His mother said she was going to file a missing persons report with the UK police. I had this crazy urge to travel here, to try and track Jakub down. Without having any idea where this guy was, I said doubtfully. Yes, it was, I don't know, just a feeling I had that it was now or never. I knew I might be too late, that something had happened to him, but I felt convinced I must try. She looked down at her hands. I would never forgive myself if I did not try. I might have felt sorry for her if it wasn't for the image of Alex, sitting forlorn in his borrowed pyjamas, with tears rolling silently down his face. She looked at me and said faintly, "Did you know Jakub?" "Not exactly," I said. I said hello to him a couple of times. Michael had hired him as a labourer up at Wadebridge. My words faded away as I made the connection. She'd come to Wadebridge to try and track down Jakub. He didn't turn up for work one day, and that was that. Michael said the foreign labourers often did that. They moved around. Sometimes they went back home. She nodded. Alex and I did a moonlight flit. I think you'd call it that here. Oscar was with his friends, drinking at some out-of-town bar. They had rooms booked, and he was due home in the morning. I'd known about the event for a few weeks, so I got everything ready for our escape. My parents had both died, and I couldn't tell anyone else we were leaving because I didn't want them to have to try and hide information from Oscar. She looked down at her hands. He can be a very persuasive man, in the worst possible way. Jakub's parents did not know you were coming out. No. I was careful to tell them I wanted his details for a mutual friend who wanted to get in touch from school. The last thing I wanted was for Oscar to pressure them for information. Susie nodded slowly. I made contact with several online Polish forums before I left for the UK. That was how I tracked Jakub down to the East Midlands. Everyone I spoke to I asked them not to discuss our conversations with anyone. I explained I was fleeing a violent home situation with my young son. I was not the only one. Lots of women have done the same. I headed here and started my search, trying to find Jakob. Sorry, I need a breath. She stopped talking for a moment and closed her eyes. I wanted to hurry her along, ask her if there'd been anything going on between her and Michael. She'd obviously moved on to Paul now, but I needed some questions answered about my own husband. I glanced at my watch. I was still okay for time. I had not been in the UK long before I heard from friends back home, everyone asking where I was and saying that Oscar suspected we had gone to the UK. He was determined to hunt us down, Susie continued. I was terrified. I kept moving around, which was not good for Alex, and I was worried about his education. He became withdrawn and nervous. I could not make progress no matter who I asked. Jakob seemed to have vanished into thin air. Nobody had heard of him. Nobody knew where he might be. I thought about the first time she'd visited our house, her nervous demeanour, the feeling I had she was hiding from something or someone in her past. Then I got a breakthrough, she said. Someone I'd been talking to on a forum emailed me with the name of a bed and breakfast establishment where he'd heard Jakob had stayed. I went there the same day. All the residents were Polish, but I hit yet another brick wall. Nobody could help me. I sat in the lounge there and just began to cry with frustration and sadness, and also fear that something very bad had happened to him. I thought maybe Oscar, in his jealousy, had paid someone to kill him. He is crazy enough, believe me. She offered me a glass of water, but I declined. She fetched one for herself and sat down again. Then a lovely man called Pavel came downstairs on his way out. I'll never forget his kind words. My dear, why are you crying? All my frustration about trying to find Jakob poured out. He took off his cap and jacket and sat down. He told me that Jakob had been his roommate, and that when Pavel had returned from his short trip home to Poland, Jakob had already gone without leaving any message or contact details. I asked him why no one else around there knew anything about him, and he said it was the way the Polish community did things. See nothing, hear nothing, he said. He said the police had been sniffing around, but his stock answer was always to say he knew nothing. She looked at me, seeing my confusion. There are people in our community who need to hide, people who are working illegally. We protect each other. But he told you about Jakob. Susie nodded. He said he felt sorry for me when he saw me in tears with my small boy. Thank God for that man. He told me Jakob had been working at a place called Wadebridge at the edge of a small village about 9 miles away, and that was all he knew. So that's why you came to Linwick. You came looking for Jakob. Yes. Pavel found out through his contacts that Irene Wadebridge used an agency for home help. The agency employed many Polish workers. I registered with the same agency and stayed in a local B&B very close to the village. The manager swapped out one of the other workers who she had to pay travel expenses to and put me on Irene's rota. When I started work there, I found that Irene and I got on well together. She's a nice lady, and I genuinely liked her, liked working for her. She was brilliant with Alex, too. She offered me a cottage at low rent if I agreed to work for her directly. She was sick of having lots of different people coming from the agency. But when I asked about Jakob, she said she left all that to her land and property manager, that she had nothing to do with the hiring and firing of labourers. And that's when you decided to get to know Michael. I couldn't say much more without wanting to choke her, but I had to keep her talking, had to find out everything I could. Yes, I got chatting to Michael. I tried to find out about Jakob, but... Hang on, you can't just scoot over Michael. I believe he died because of what he was about to be accused of. He was confused, panicked. He swore he was innocent, but the evidence was stacking up against him that he had something to do with your staged disappearance. I am sorry, Kate. I just wanted to find out why he would not talk about Jakob. It was more than that, though, wasn't it? I felt my breath shorten as I remembered all the evidence stacked up against Michael for a woman who was not missing at all. When you supposedly went missing, the police found his keys in your cottage. I found your phone in his toolbox. I feel terrible that I doubted him for a while, but now that I've seen this... I swept my hand around the room. The extent of your deceit, I'm asking myself, did you frame him? Did you want the police to think he had something to do with your disappearance? Yes, she cried out, then clapped her hand over her mouth. Please, just listen to me. I tried asking Michael about Jakob, and he would not discuss it with me, ever. Irene had confirmed that Jakob had worked at Wadebridge, although she didn't know how well I knew him. Irene also told me you had cosy afternoon tea breaks with Michael, and that you helped him by ringing suppliers. Irene told me you had a soft spot for my husband. No, it is true I set up as many opportunities as I could to talk to Michael. That's the only reason I did these things. I had to find ways to speak to him, to try and get information about Jakob. Irene was mistaken. She thought my willingness to spend time with him was something else. My heart belongs to Jakob. Now I realize it always has. He's the only man I care about. I laughed out loud, a harsh, bitter sound. Looks like it when you're now having an affair with Paul Thatcher. Always somebody else's guy with you. Donna used to say you were sly and one to watch, and my goodness, was she right. It's not what you think, she stammered, knotting her fingers together. I tried to get information out of Michael because I knew something was wrong. He was holding stuff back about Jakob, I could tell. One day I tried to talk to him again, and he got annoyed. He said if I didn't stop bothering him about it, he'd speak to Irene and convince her to fire me and to throw me out of the cottage. So there was nothing going on between you, I said faintly. Truthfully, Michael could not stand the sight of me, but that made me angry and sad, and I ended up confiding in Paul. He fancied the pants off me, that much was obvious. I'd been friendly, but had not encouraged him. But this particular day I bumped into him down in the village, and he asked what was wrong, and I ended up explaining that I was looking for my Polish friend, and I was absolutely certain Michael knew something but wouldn't tell me. And Paul came up with the plan. Which was? Kate, I'm sorry. If I'd known what was going to happen to... What was the plan? I clenched my teeth. Paul suggested I went missing for a short time, just for a few days. I'd leave some clues, enough for the police to interrogate Michael. Paul, in the meantime, would send an anonymous tip-off to the police, saying that Michael knew where Jakob was. He wouldn't be able to just ignore the police like he did me, you see. It would force him to talk. She eyed me cautiously. I'm sorry, Kate, And the night you went missing, how did you do it? I'd packed a bag with a change of clothes and a dark wig. Paul left them just inside the trees where I was standing. At the right moment, I dashed back into the trees, got changed, and waited at the other side until Paul picked me up to take me to the bedsit he'd rented. To all intents and purposes, it seemed I had vanished into thin air. But I still had second thoughts. I caught Michael as he was leaving the event. After Irene had rung him about the potential flood. Yes. I told him I would give him one last chance to tell me what he knew about Jakob. I pleaded with him for ages, and at one point I really thought he would spill the beans. But then he told me to get lost and stormed off. Michael must have explained that delay by saying he'd popped home first. The Ring video footage had proved otherwise. And Alex? What would happen to your son while you did your disappearing act?
I told him that Mummy might have to go away for a short time, but that whatever happened, I would come back. No matter what people said, he had to remember that, but to keep it our secret. He was used to saying nothing about Poland, in case Oscar got to hear about us being in the vicinity, so this was just an extension of that. Paul assured me that he'd convinced Donna to take Alex in, and that it would only be for a few days anyway.
I still can't believe you did that to him. Do you realize you could have done long-lasting damage to his mental health? In a second, the mild-mannered Susie I knew had gone.
Not as much damage as living in a house where a brute regularly hit his mother and on occasion raised his hand to Alex too. She sneered. You people see everything in black and white. You don't do this, you don't do that. In the real world, you do what it takes to survive. Alex having to lie about his past is a small price to pay to help us find a safe place, a life where we are not abused.
I'd had every intention of giving her a piece of my mind, but her words were powerful. My own childhood had been damaging, and I'd done what I needed to survive. I understood what she was saying, but her selfishness still staggered me. Tell me about you and Paul, I said quickly, to move on. Are you together? Susie pulled a face.
No way. But he thinks we will be when this is over. I haven't slept with him. I told him I wanted it to be special, not in this dump. But I kiss him, I have to. He says he's never met anyone like me, and that he loves me. I have to say the same. Plus, he is caring so well for Alex while I am away.
Is that what he's told you? I gave a bitter laugh. You've been duped. Alex has been in foster care for some time now. Your son is heartbroken without you. She let out a small noise like a distressed kitten.
No.
I took Alex in for a few days, and then when Michael died, Donna and Paul cared for him for a short time. Then social services insisted on finding him a temporary foster family. A tear traced its way down her pale cheek. You haven't been the first woman Paul's lied to, and you won't be the last, I said archly. Do you know he's told Donna he wants a divorce? Admittedly, it was in the heat of an argument, but you do well to remember there's a marriage and other people's feelings involved here. What you want is not the only consideration. I looked at her. She looked so thin, pale and vulnerable, but I couldn't forgive her for what she did to Michael and to Alex. Her jaw dropped.
I swear I didn't know any of this.
So you're saying Paul has got himself involved in all this because he's got the hots for you?
Not quite. He told me he hates Michael, that he will never forgive him for telling tales about him to Donna. He's been waiting all this time to get revenge.
Telling tales, as in revealing yet another one of his extramarital affairs? I blew out air. It sounds totally over the top to go to all this trouble, for both of you to lie and plan your disappearance.
It wasn't supposed to go wrong, Susie groaned. Michael dying, and the massive police and press interest? We never thought it would blow up like this. Suddenly, I was trapped. I've had no phone or computer here. I get all my information about what is happening in the village from Paul.
Come back with me now, I said. I'll go with you to the police. It's time for all this to end.
But, Jacob, I need to find Jacob.
I took a deep breath. I'm not sure how to tell you this, Susie, I said quietly. Yesterday, the police found 2 bodies buried at Wadebridge. They think one of them is Jacob. Chapter 47. I helped Susie get some stuff together. She'd agreed to come back to the house with me.
This has gone on too long, she said. If Jacob is dead, there is no point in me being away from Alex. It is time to come back.
Her face was tear-stained, and she looked beaten. So many people had been hurt, and for what?
Can we go straight to pick him up?
I shook my head. It doesn't work like that. The police are the first people you need to speak to. They'll have to call off their investigation, and you need to be aware you may be in trouble for wasting police time. I have done wrong, and I know I must pay for that, but I need to see Alex. The police will alert social services. They hold the key to you getting Alex back. One step at a time. She'd managed this long without seeing him, and my sympathy was in scarce supply. On the way back in the car, Susie carried on talking. Pavel at the B&B has been good to me. He has been working to put out requests in the Polish communities throughout the UK to locate Jakub. Now I must tell him the sad news together with Jakub's mother. She will be heartbroken. And what about Paul? I asked. I'm not interested in him. My heart must heal from Jakub. He was the love of my life. She looked so forlorn and sad, I almost wanted to stop the car and console her. But then I remembered the hell Michael had had to go through because the police had thought he had something to do with her disappearance, and the anonymous letter I'd got from villagers who believed the same. Poor Alex, whose suffering could stay with him for life. I kept on driving. We needed to sort this mess out, and fast. I pushed thoughts of Donna from my mind. On top of learning about Paul's treachery, there was the possible discovery of Matilda's body after all these years. I was seriously worried about her mental state. Now that I knew about Paul's involvement, I wanted to get Tansy back home as soon as I could. Ellie would probably need to stay with us too, while her parents sorted out their mess. We parked up outside the house. I immediately noticed a battered old Ford Escort parked further up the road. We got out, and I squinted to try and get a better look. There were 2 men sitting in the car, and I suspected they might be press. Let's get in the house, I said to Susie. I've had reporters hanging around outside before. Inside, I made us drinks, and then, with a very nervous Susie by my side, I called D.I. Helena Price. There was no answer, and the call went to voicemail. Hi, it's Kate Shaw here. I can't now come to the station at 4 p.m. There's been a big development, and I've just got back home. Please come to the house as soon as you can. It's important. Before Susie and I could sit down to talk, there was a knock at the door. I looked through the peephole and saw one of the men from the car up the street. Go away! I'm not interested in speaking to you, I shouted through the closed door. The police are on their way.
I'm here to speak with Susie, a man's voice called out. Tell her it is Pavel from the hotel.
Please, let him in, Susie begged. I opened the door. The second man stepped forward, and I gasped as I immediately recognized him. Susie let out a shocked noise and staggered back. Then she rushed at him and embraced him. Jakub, they told me you were dead. The older man looked at me.
I think we should leave them for a few minutes, he said in heavily accented English. It is a long time since they were together. My name is Pavel.
I shook his hand. Kate Shaw, I said. I hesitated a moment, keen to ask my own questions, then reluctantly led him into the kitchen. How did you find him?
It has taken many months. I first put out a trace when the first lot of police came to the B&B about 6 months ago. Then, when Susie came, I tried much harder to find him. He had been working in Scotland, but he'd heard on the grapevine that Susie was over here and had made his way back to the area. He told me he'd even been to the woods near Wadebridge on the lookout for her after hearing she'd come over to the UK to search for him. I suddenly remembered the mystery man in the woods. Sounded like Tansy had been right after all, for all my doubting her. I had to see if this was confirmed before contacting her. Why didn't you go to the police? He shook his head. That is not the way we do things when there is a problem. Jakub and Susie walked into the kitchen, hand in hand. The look of bliss on their faces at finding each other was so obvious, even I melted a touch.
Despite all the mess and heartache they'd caused, I felt a deep longing for Michael, and I swallowed it down with the rest of my grief. "The police should be here soon," I said. "Let's sit down and try and make a bit of sense of what's happened."
Chapter 48. Nottinghamshire Police. Helena and Brewster walked along the corridor and stood outside Detective Superintendent Della Gray's office.
"Ready, Brewster? We got all the facts, do you reckon?"
Helena reached out and straightened his tie.
"Ready, boss," he nodded.
Helena knocked at the door and opened it. Gray looked up sharply and put down her pen. Her desk was placed in front of the window, but she sat with her back to the view of the open fields behind the station. Her ultra-short silver hair glinted in the light as she leaned back in her chair and folded her arms.
"Take a seat, both of you. Where are we up to, Helena?" "As you know, the remains of 2 bodies were found at the forensic excavation, ma'am. An adult male and a young female, possibly a teenager."
Gray gave a curt nod.
"But still no sign of Susie Barros?"
"Sadly not.
We're expecting fast-tracked results in 48 hours, but we're expecting that the remains are those of Matilda Spencer, a local girl, and Jakub Jasinski, who was reported missing 6 months ago, but hasn't been seen for about a year." "Matilda disappeared after leaving school 23 years ago?"
Gray frowned, picking up a piece of paper and reading the handwritten notes.
"That's right," Helena said. "And Jasinski disappeared without a trace also, followed by our latest vanishing resident, Susie Barros."
Gray put down her notes.
"Unusual for a small village, to say the least. Any connection between the 2 victims?"
"Not that we can find," Brewster said. "As you know, Michael Shaw, the land and property manager up at Wadebridge, died in a road traffic accident 3 weeks ago. He's the only obvious link so far."
"Shaw would have been just 15 when Matilda went missing," Helena remarked. "That doesn't preclude him from taking her, but it would be unusual for someone to wait that length of time before abducting another victim, this time a fully grown man."
Gray picked up her pen and tapped the desk with it.
"Family's been told yet?"
"That's our next job," Helena said, dreading the task.
In circumstances like this, particularly in the case of children, families were usually told about the discovery to prepare them for the worst. Full confirmation would come when pathology results were received. "And Shaw's wife, Kate, is it? She was at the excavation, I understand."
Helena nodded.
"We advised against it, but she turned up anyway. She's coming into the station at 4 today. After her admission, she knew Jakub Jasinski. We'll be questioning her under caution." "Married to Michael Shaw for 15 years and knew nothing about what he might have been up to," Gray said cynically. "Do we believe her?"
Brewster spoke up.
"If Shaw is the killer of both people, then it's hard to believe Kate didn't have her suspicions at the very least. But we've nothing solid as yet to connect her to the crimes, apart from possibly withholding evidence."
"What about the owner of the land, Irene Wadebridge?" "We're also speaking to her this afternoon," Helena confirmed. "She also claims to not know much about what went on in the running of Wadebridge. A bit more believable given her age and health concerns." "Let's meet again tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, Gray said, picking up a document from her desk. "Good luck this afternoon. Won't be easy for the Spencer family." "There's only Matilda's sister left, Ma'am," Helena said, as she and Brewster stood up. "Their father died 5 years after Matilda's disappearance, and the mother is in a nursing home, suffering from advanced dementia."
Sad, Gray murmured, then pointedly went back to her paperwork.
Walking back down the corridor, Brewster checked over his shoulder before saying,
"I reckon the super has a rock where her heart used to be."
Helena grinned. "She's all right. It's an act, I reckon. She's soft as grease underneath. Someone in uniform told me he saw her out with her 2 little pugs. They had pink ribbons in their fur and everything."
"What? No way!"
Brewster gave a hearty laugh, and Helena joined in at the unlikely picture forming in her head. "By the way, Helena?" They both visibly jumped as Gray called after them. "Make it 8:30 tomorrow. I have to walk my dogs." "No problem, Mum," Helena said, swallowing hard. Gray's flinty eyes locked with Brewster's, and she gave a curt nod before ducking back into her office. "Do you think she heard?" Helena hissed, her eyes wide as she quickened her pace.
"Nah, it's just coincidence, boss. Don't worry about it," Brewster said unconvincingly. "Like you said, she's probably soft as grease at heart."
Brewster collected the pool car, and Helena met him out front. "The Thatchers live on Main Street, in one of the larger houses leading into the village," she said, climbing into the passenger seat. "Donna Thatcher runs the village tea room, so if she isn't home, she'll probably be there, though I hope not." The news they had to impart was best done in private, at Donna Thatcher's home.
"I would think she expects the news to come at some point," Brewster said sadly. "She must have known for years that her sister isn't coming back."
Helena sighed. "In my experience, Brewster, people never stop hoping. Hope is one of the most powerful human traits. But in a situation like this, it can add to someone's suffering. Until you get the worst news, there's always a chance, I suppose, no matter how slim." Brewster flicked a switch, and a track from the best of Neil Diamond filled the car. At first, Helena was about to complain, but then she sat back and got lost in the music, trying not to think of the way she was about to wreck Donna Thatcher's day, her week, probably her whole year and beyond. 10 minutes later, Brewster turned into the sizable driveway and parked behind a silver BMW. Helena got out of the car and took a moment to admire the traditional house, which had been built in the arts and crafts style. Probably constructed towards the end of the 19th century, it boasted an asymmetrical roof and gable details that added a certain charm. It was the kind of house that she herself dreamed of owning when she met the right person and settled down. For now, though, she headed back each night to her two-bed terrace with its leaky roof and small, soulless garden that she'd tried to pretty up with a few pots. She sometimes indulged herself with imagining how things might be in a few years when she met her life partner. One could dream, she always thought.
"Ready, boss?"
Brewster tipped his head, as if he was trying to guess what she was thinking. "Sure." She pushed her shoulders back and stepped forward. "Let's go." Brewster rang the bell, and a short woman with reddish-brown shoulder-length hair and freckles answered the door. The smile slid from her face when he held up his warrant card.
"D.S. Brewster and D.I. Price from Nottinghamshire Police. Are you Donna Thatcher?"
"Yes, She looked back into the hallway. "I'll step outside and we can—" "We'll need to come inside to talk, if that's okay, Mrs. Thatcher," Helena said quietly. "Oh, Her eyes dimmed. "This isn't about the dig yesterday, is it? This isn't—"
"If we could just step inside, Mrs. Thatcher,"
Brewster said, and put a foot over the threshold. "Course, sorry, come in." She glanced at her watch. "Just so you know, I'm doing the school run today, but I've got some time. Come through." It seemed to Helena like someone had wound Donna Thatcher up like a clockwork toy, and she was scurrying around with no direction in mind. She led them into a bright, airy kitchen with modern grey shaker units and a wall of bifold glass overlooking the garden.
"Is anyone else home with you now?" Brewster asked. "Or is it just you?"
"My husband's upstairs in his office on a work call. He sells kitchens, travels a lot. This is one of his." She waved a hand around. "He's good at what he does. The job takes a lot of him. Oh, I'm so sorry. You must think me rude. Would you like tea or water or—" Helena stepped forward and placed her hand on Donna's arm. "We're fine. Please, sit down for a moment, Mrs. Thatcher. We have something important to tell you." "No, don't tell me. What is it? Is it about that dig? Is there any news on Susie?" Helena spoke slowly and calmly. "Yesterday, we carried out a forensic excavation on the Wadebridge land. We found human remains and—" "No," Donna croaked. "It's not her, is it? It's not—" "I'm so sorry. but we believe we may well have found the remains of your sister, Matilda Spencer." Donna Thatcher opened her mouth and tipped back her head, and a chilling wail emerged. The hairs on the back of Helena's neck bristled, and she noticed that even Brewster, who seemed immune to noise, shrank back slightly. Donna cut off the wail and looked to the door, perhaps worried she'd disturb her husband's call. Helena watched as she took a breath and gathered herself.
"Forensic tests are currently being carried out using DNA comparison," Brewster said. "We can't confirm 100% until we have the results of those, but the remains are consistent with a young female matching Matilda's details."
"What did you find after all this time?" Donna's hands flew to her mouth. "What's left of her?" "Don't do this to yourself, Mrs. Thatcher," Helena said softly. "Best to remember Matilda as she was." Helena had seen photographs and read descriptions of Donna's sister, and it was clear that her most prominent feature had been her vibrant red hair. When Helena had peered into the dank, deep hole at yesterday's excavation, only small, dirty bones remained of a young girl who was raised with love and tender care by a sister who clearly still grieved her as badly as the day she disappeared. Chapter 49. Back in the car, Helena and Brewster sat in silence for a few moments, waiting until the negative energy finally began to flake away.
"Christ, that was tough,"
Brewster said, blowing out a long breath. "Very tough," Helena agreed. She took a breath. "Onwards and upwards, Brewster. Time for us to speak to Irene Wadebridge." Brewster started the engine and reversed back down the driveway, pausing at the bottom to check the traffic. "Clear this way," Helena said, and he swung the car out into the road and accelerated.
"I could pick us up a coffee and a muffin on the way if you fancy it," he said hopefully. "Helps to keep the blood sugar up, see? Useful when we're doing this sort of work."
"Luckily I've got an apple in my bag," Helena said, reaching in to check her phone. "But it was a nice thought, Brewster." His face dropped, and she heard his stomach growl. "Let's get the Wadebridge visit over, then you can pick something up to scoff before we go to see Kate Shaw. How's that sound?"
"Sounds super,"
he responded glumly. Helena tapped on a notification and listened to the voicemail message. "Great." She tossed the phone back in her handbag. "That was Kate Shaw. She isn't coming into the station at 4. Says there's been a big development, and could we call at her house?"
"Out of order," Brewster scowled. "Wonder what she classes as a big development."
"Well, now we're almost here. We'll speak to Irene Wadebridge, and we'll swing by the Shaw's house on our way back to the station." Up at Wadebridge, they knocked at the door and waited. When there was no answer, Brewster knocked again.
"Doesn't look like there's anyone."
"Hang on." Helena inclined her head and turned her ear towards the door. "I thought I heard something," a voice called out. "Nearly there. 1 moment." They heard a bolt sliding and a key turning on the other side. Then the door opened slightly, and Irene Wadebridge's face peered out. "What can I— Oh, it's you, Detective Inspector Price. Come in, dear." She glared at Brewster, at the food stain on his lapel. "You too, if you must." Helena grinned at Brewster's exaggerated expression of offence as she walked past him and stepped inside the house. The air was fusty in here. Not damp, just old and stale from lack of ventilation. Filled bin bags and piles of folded newspapers lined the hallway, reducing the ample floor area down to a narrow strip. "Come through to the kitchen," Irene said, shuffling ahead with the aid of a stick. "My arthritis is playing me up today, so I'm afraid I'm not up to making drinks." "Would you like a cup of tea?" Helena said when they got to the kitchen. "Brewster will do the honours." She flashed him a smile. "Oh, how kind. That would be lovely." Irene looked at him. "Half a teaspoon of sugar, please, and I'm a little particular about the milk. Just a splash, but don't make it too strong. Oh, and milk in first for me, semi-skimmed. Can you remember all that?"
"I think I can just about manage, Mrs. Wadebridge," he said dryly.
Helena looked away and smothered the laugh that bubbled up into her throat. "Let's sit down," Helena said, extending her arm. "Do you need any help?" "Oh, no. I'm fine getting around, just slow." Irene frowned. "Doris should have been here this morning, but she's had to take her cat to the vet. The poor creature has had hairball problems yet again, but she's coming over later." "Well, if there's anything we can do for you in the meantime, just let me know," Helena said. She waited until the elderly woman had sat down in a worn but comfy-looking armchair, before taking a seat next to her on an equally ragged sofa. "Now, Mrs. Wadebridge, as you know, please, call me Irene. As you know, Irene, we carried out a forensic excavation in a field here yesterday afternoon." "Yes, and nobody said a word to me afterwards, you know," Irene said, looking rather put out. "I expected to hear all about what was found, but you lot just cleared off, sticking a notice through my door telling me not to go near the excavation site. Only the reporters were any help." "Oh, really?" "Yes. A nice man from the Mansfield Sentinel came to the door. He said the police had found something, possibly Susie Barros's body. It's most upsetting."
"Did he now?" Brewster said from over by the kettle. "It's best not to speak to the press, Mrs. Wadebridge. They'll tie you up in knots with their theories."
"I only spoke to him because he reminded me a bit of Michael, that sort of kind, sensible air he had about him." She stared at her hands and fell silent. Brewster brought the tea over and placed it in front of Irene on a low table. "You must miss Michael," Helena said softly. "I miss him terribly," she said, without looking up. "I've known him since he was a young man, you know. Amos, my late husband, he always thought highly of him too. With us not being able to have any children of our own, Michael became sort of an adopted son. Then I lost my Amos, and now Michael's gone too." Helena nodded. "I understand." Irene looked up, and Helena saw that her eyes were full. "Michael took care of everything, you see. He sorted out the cottages and the land, and in his own way he took care of me too. Sometimes he'd just sit and have a chat over a cup of tea, but it made such a difference to my day." Helena took a breath. Often the antidote for loneliness in older people was simply a matter of a few minutes of chat, a smile, maybe passing the time of day on the street. If only people with busy lives understood that kindness, however brief, could linger and get a soul through a long, quiet evening. Helena forced her attention back to the job in hand. This next bit wasn't going to be easy, but it was very necessary. "Irene, I'm so sorry, but we're here today to inform you that we did indeed find human remains on your land." Irene clamped a hand over her mouth. "Oh, that poor girl! How awful!" "It's not Susie Barros," Helena said.
"We believe we may have found the remains of Matilda Spencer, who lived in the village and went missing one day after school 23 years ago,"
Brewster said. Irene cried out, "I thought you were going to say it was Susie. That's terrible, truly terrible." She took a tissue from her sleeve and dabbed at her eyes. "The poor girl's family. I'm outraged that whoever did this chose to bury her on Wadebridge land."
"We also found the body of a Polish man, who we believe to be Jakub Jasinski," Brewster continued. "The man who worked here for 2 years, who you claim not to remember."
"Goodness, yes." Irene raised an index finger into the air. "The shock of it must have jogged my memory. Michael was annoyed because he'd given Jakub a chance and then he'd just gone off like that." Helena watched her carefully. It seemed Irene, had miraculously recalled all the details now that she'd realised they'd uncovered Jakob's remains and could no longer deny he'd been there. "Irene, I have a question that's going to be difficult to hear, but I'm hoping you understand it has to be asked," Helena said earnestly. "Do you think Michael Shaw had anything to do with the deaths of Matilda Spencer and Jakub Jasinski? Do you think he may have abducted Susie Barros?" Irene opened her mouth to answer, then hesitated. "I loved Michael like a son, you know. I've protected him when I shouldn't have. He had a terrible temper that showed itself sometimes. Nobody would have believed it, the way he could blow up over this or that."
"Can you give us an example?"
Brewster prompted. "If someone irritated him or didn't do something he wanted them to, he could get quite annoyed." Irene fell silent before speaking again, her voice low and serious. "So, in answer to your question, I'd say yes. I would imagine Michael could be responsible for those deaths. Only he had access to the land. Nobody else could bury 2 bodies out there without his knowledge."
"Matilda has been there a long, long time," Brewster reminded her. "Michael would have been just 15 years old."
Irene frowned. He was a strapping lad at that age. His father knew Amos. Michael used to come up here regularly with his dad. "And Susie Barros?" Helena added. "Between you and me, I have my suspicions Michael had something to do with her disappearance too," Irene said faintly. "Why were you suspicious?" "Well, he was always talking to her, acting shifty when I asked what they'd been chatting about. I've known him long enough to see when he's trying to hide something."
"And yet you've never mentioned any of this to us or any of the police officers who've been working up at Wadebridge."
Brewster frowned. "Hindsight is the perfect science," she said softly. "I have what you might call an old-fashioned trust in people." Irene pulled a tissue out that had been tucked under the cuff of her cardigan. She dabbed her eyes. "It seems I was harbouring a monster here in Michael, and I didn't even realise."
"There was something very off about her reaction, if you ask me," Brewster said when they were back in the car. "There wasn't a single tear there when she dabbed at her eyes, and she seemed to be thinking a lot before she answered your questions."
"She might just be nervous," Helena said, clicking on her seatbelt. "But I tend to agree. She wasn't remotely as upset as I thought she might be. Next stop, Kate Shaw. Let's see what this earth-shattering development is that can't wait." Chapter 50. Kate. We were all sitting talking in the living room when the doorbell rang. "1 second," I sighed as I left the room. I opened the door, and Donna fell into my arms in floods of tears. "They've found her, Kate," she sobbed. "They've found Matilda after all these years." We stood in the hallway as she blew her nose noisily into a handkerchief. "I knew. When they came to the door, I just knew." "They're certain it's her. As certain as they can be. They're doing tests, but everything matches, apparently. It's a young girl and... Oh, God, I can't believe it. It's what I wanted, and yet I can't bear to think about it. Can't bear to think she's been in that cold, dark place, just a stone's throw from where I live. So close to Mum and Dad, too, when they were still in the village." That did feel like an unbearably cruel twist. "I'm so, so sorry, Donna." She buried her wet face into my shoulder. "Has Paul got the girls?" She nodded, her words muffling into my sleeve. "He picked them up from school and kept them while I came to..." Donna stopped crying and listened. "You've got people here?" I nodded. "Susie is in there, Donna." "What?" "Yes, she's safe and well. She's been in hiding. Jakub Jasinski is here too. They're just about to explain everything." "I want to stay and listen," she said, straightening up, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. I want to know what happened after all this trouble she's caused.
Donna, you're too upset after getting the awful news about Matilda. Please, go home and—
I don't want to go home. The girls are fine, and I need to get out of the house for a while to try and clear my head.
I'm warning you now. It won't be what you expect. What Susie will say, it will hurt you. She made a disparaging noise.
I can assure you nothing she could say would even touch the news I've just had.
I thought for a moment. Listen, I need to tell you something. Let's go into the kitchen first. Donna shook her head.
I'm going in there now.
She marched towards the living room. As I turned around to close the front door, the two detectives, Price and Brewster, pulled up in their car. It had taken them long enough. They'd probably discounted my big development. Well, they wouldn't be expecting this. The look on the detectives' faces when I greeted them at the door with, "I'm glad you've come over. Susie Barros is here," was a picture. "You'd better come through," I said. Everyone looked up as we walked in, and Susie gripped Jakub's arm when I announced the detectives' arrival. I introduced the two Polish men and Susie, who they'd been working flat out to find, but never actually met. Brewster let out a low whistle, a cool glare fixed on her. "Well, this is quite the little gathering." Donna looked daggers at Susie, and I hovered by the door, feeling that somehow this was all my fault. I was the one who'd followed Paul and brought Susie back here, when I could have just called the police and let them deal with it. D.I. Price cleared her throat.
Miss Barros, have any of the men sitting here done you harm, prevented you from returning home, or coerced you in any way?
Susie gave a weak smile and laid her hand on Jakub's thigh.
No, of course not.
Price, who usually had an easy, pleasant manner about her, suddenly showed her mettle. Then can you tell me where you have been for the past 3 weeks, while your son has been placed in foster care, and Nottinghamshire police have been conducting a major investigation as to your whereabouts? Her tone sounded dangerously reasonable. Susie's eyes widened.
It wasn't my fault. It was someone else's idea.
I see. And who was this person? Susie glanced at me, and then at Donna. She hung her head.
I'd rather not say.
I'm sure. Brewster folded his arms. Unfortunately, you have no choice but to tell us the truth. Otherwise, we will be entirely within our powers to arrest you for wasting police time. The colour drained from Susie's face, but she sat very still, her lips pressed wordlessly together. I looked at Donna. I'm sorry to be the one to say this, but the person who helped her to hide away is Paul. Donna's mouth dropped open.
What the hell?
I saw him earlier today, Donna. You'd said he was on calls all day at home, and because of all the other stuff you'd told me, your suspicions, I decided on a whim to follow him. And where did your travels take you, Mrs. Shaw? Brewster asked. A bedsit in Chesterfield, I said. He went inside with bags of food and I waited. I shot Donna a regretful look. I thought he was having an affair. When he came out again, I saw Susie standing in the shadows behind him. I waited for Paul to drive off, and then I went to confront her.
I am sorry, Donna,
Susie said quietly.
I assure you nothing happened between us. I am not having an affair with your husband. He said he wanted to help me, and then he stopped me from leaving because he said Michael was dead and everything had blown up here. He said if I didn't stay hidden, I would go to prison.
I think you'd better explain yourself, Donna said. I knew my friend well enough to spot the seething fury beneath her relatively calm exterior. It was as though when she looked at Susie, she saw all Paul's infidelities, all the women he'd cheated with. On the contrary, I think it's best if we calm down a bit, Price said firmly. We can do this 2 ways. We can arrest everyone here and take you all to the station, or we can talk like adults
and get to the bottom of exactly what's happened. I would like to speak for myself here, Susie said.
Then let's start from the beginning, Brewster said, taking out his notebook.
My name is Zuzanna Barros, and although people here know me as Susie, I was known as Anna back home in Poland. Jakub and I grew up together. We were childhood sweethearts.
Jakub squeezed her hand. I was a fool. I let Anna fall in love with someone else, and she married him. His name was Oskar Kroll.
Oskar swept me off my feet, and we got married quickly. But he was a cruel, uncaring man, and a few years into the marriage, I fled Poland because of a domestic abuse situation.
Susie stopped talking and seemed out of breath.
Jakub nodded, encouraging her to carry on. He told me many times that if I left him, he would hunt me down and kill me and my son. I came to the UK to try and find Jakub, and word somehow leaked out into the Polish community. I got word he was coming to England to try and find me.
That's why you seemed so nervous whenever you were out in the village, I murmured. That at least made sense now.
Yes, I had to explain to Alex that he must forget about Poland, at least for a while, until we found Jakub. He is young, but he said he understood.
He kept his word, Price said sadly. We had trouble getting any information out of him when you disappeared.
I hoped Oskar would tire of his quest to find us, but he would not be beaten. Last year, using one of his dodgy contacts, he traced Jakub to the Devonshire bed and breakfast where he stayed, and Pavel here protected Jakub.
I lied and said he'd already moved on, Pavel said. Oskar roughed me up a little bit, but I swear I did not tell him about Wadebridge.
When I finally found Pavel, he told me that Jakub had been working at Wadebridge, Susie said. I rented a cottage from Irene, and I'm not proud of this. I put pressure on Michael to tell me what had happened to him. I got a bad feeling that he was lying to me, holding something back. He got sick of me and said he would tell Irene to ask us to leave. I was afraid he would do it, and so I said that if he did not tell me the truth about Jakub, I'd tell his wife he had made advances towards me. Sorry, Kate, she said, but she didn't meet my eyes. I started to believe Michael had hurt Jakub in some way. Donna's husband, Paul, was always hanging around, trying to talk to me. If I went down into the village, he'd suggest we go out for a drink somewhere. It was one of these times I ended up confiding everything to him.
You could have spoken to me, to Kate, Donna snapped. Instead, you flirted around my husband.
No, it was not like that, Susie pleaded, but I could see Donna was closed off to her. Paul insisted, so I came up with this idea that if I went missing, the police would look closely at him and Wadebridge, and I'd find out at last what had happened. He said he'd put me in a safe place and that Alex could join me in a short time.
She looked at each of the detectives in turn.
Paul said he and Donna were caring for Alex, and that he wanted revenge on Michael because he told Donna some time ago that Paul was having an affair. He said that me going missing and the police finding the clues we'd left, his keys in the cottage and my phone in his toolbox, would force them to investigate Michael. And if he'd had anything to do with Jakub's disappearance, it would surely come out then.
But Kate Shaw found out about your little ruse today, and it came to an end, Price remarked. Why wait so long to come back, though? It's been 3 weeks your young son has been without you. It's caused him so much trauma.
I had no phone, no television. Paul said Alex was fine and being cared for at his home by him and Donna. Everything had gone wrong, he said. Michael had probably taken his own life because the police were blaming him for my disappearance, and Paul said we would both go to prison.
Jakub, your family reported you missing 6 months ago. Initial investigations came to a stop as there were no leads. Now we know why, Brewster said sternly. We had recently resumed a missing person inquiry to search for you again. Would you care to tell us where you cleared off to a year ago without telling anyone, not even your family?
Jakob sighed. It is a long story, I'm afraid.
Another one. Well, it's your lucky day, Mr. Yazinski, Brewster said caustically. We have plenty of time.
Chapter 51. Autumn 2018. Jakob. Things got better for Jakob at Wadebridge. It had taken a long time, but he felt part of the team at last. Irene started bringing him a cup of tea when she made one for Michael. Before, he'd had to make do with water from the outside tap. Things quickly escalated, so he was included in a mid-morning slice of toast, or perhaps a biscuit in the afternoon. He suspected such gestures meant little to Irene, but to him, they made a world of difference. He felt valued and part of the estate, the closest thing he had to his family life back in Poland. He and Michael had an understanding. Jakob stayed out of Michael's way and got on with the job. Michael soon stopped barking out orders and would take the time to discuss matters with him, sometimes even asking his opinion on planting an area of grass or retiling part of a roof. Jakob was not a clock watcher. Besides, he had nothing to get back to the soulless B&B for, apart from to listen to his roommate, Pavel, spouting plans for the future that never seemed to materialize. He knew that Michael valued the fact that he would stay until the job was done. One evening, they'd been working late out on the driveway to replace some cracked water pipes.
We'll call it a day, Michael had said. How early can you get here in the morning? We need to take advantage of the dry weather to finish it, and it's going to rain in the afternoon.
I would happily come early, but I will have to see what time the earliest bus is.
Irene offered him a room for the night.
Seems silly you going all the way back to your B&B when you'll be back a few hours later.
Thank you, Irene. Jakob had beamed. I'm most grateful.
That had been the first time, and they'd sat up talking later than Jakob wanted to. Irene had been fascinated to hear about his life back in Poland. Soon, staying over when he'd worked late became a regular thing.
After New Year, when the holiday makers have gone, you can have one of the cottages for a small rent, she'd promised, and Jakob was over the moon.
Irene had explained she was on a waiting list for a hip replacement, and finally she was called into hospital. Michael agreed to move into the house for a week to look after everything. His wife, Kate, and their child would stay in the family home, and Irene said that Jakob could stay in one of the spare cottages. About halfway through her hospital stay, Jakob woke up, hearing scuffling noises outside the cottage. He'd had an uncomfortable sensation for a while that he was being watched, but this was something else. He got out of bed and padded to the window. Seeing lights on in the main house, he got dressed quickly and ran outside. As he approached the house, he saw that the back door was open, and he heard Michael shout out. A tall, broad man stood with his back to Jakob, brandishing a shotgun at Michael. Jakob rushed in and launched himself at the powerfully built man from behind. As the man turned, striking Jakob on the head with the barrel of the gun, Jakob caught sight of his face. Those wild eyes, the hatred etched on his features. He felt his knees shaking, and the world began spinning. Then, time seemed to stand still, as Oskar Kroll, his old adversary, the man who had married his beloved Anna, made to shoot him at point-blank range. That was when Michael Shaw fired his own gun, and Oskar slumped to the floor. Jakob explained to Michael who Oskar was and how he suspected he'd come over to England to kill him when a friend told Jakob Anna had left him. Together, they buried him on Wadebridge land and cleaned up the kitchen.
If the police somehow trace him here, and you're still around, they'll definitely suspect you had something to do with his disappearance, Michael said. Much as it pains me, Jakob, we're both better off if you disappear.
The next day, Jakob left Wadebridge for good. He smashed his phone, waited until Pavel was out, then collected his belongings and headed up to Scotland. Too ashamed to return to Poland or contact his family after what he'd done, he'd been running ever since. Chapter 52. Kate. The detectives took Susie and Jakob to the police station. "We'll want to talk to you again, Mrs. Shaw," Price told me. "We still have the suspected abduction and murder of Matilda Spencer to solve, and we'll need to investigate whether Michael had any part in that." I nodded. I felt so tired of it. I couldn't defend Michael anymore. The police had to do their job and clear him of any wrongdoing. I realised I had to absolve myself from responsibility and let justice take its course. My shoulders suddenly loosened, my jaw relaxed. They turned to Donna. "We'll also want to speak to your husband today," Price said. "Did you say there were children at the house?" Donna nodded. "I'll go back home now." "I wish you could stay and talk," I said. "My head is spinning," she said quietly. "I've learned that Matilda's body's been discovered, and now all this stuff about Paul. I can't think straight. Maybe tomorrow." I couldn't imagine how bad she was feeling. When she'd left, I decided I'd go up to Wadebridge and see Irene, tell her everything that had happened. It had been too long. I'd been so taken up with my own problems, I'd forgotten that apart from her new home help Doris, she was largely alone. I drove up there, my heart heavy and aching with loss, when I saw Michael's cottage office. I tapped on the door before walking into the hallway. "Irene? Hello?" No answer. I popped my head around the living room door and saw her there in the armchair, fast asleep. The kitchen was a bit of a mess. Doris tried her best, but she was in her late 60s herself, and I suspected she found the work quite hard going. I put the kettle on and loaded the dirty dishes into the dishwasher. After I'd emptied the bin, I took out the recycling. It felt good to lose myself in a bit of housework. My brain had been working overtime now for ages. I made Irene's tea and took it through to find she was still sleeping. I was worried that she'd left the door open and hadn't a clue I was in the house. It was chilly in here without the fire, so I took a blanket from the floor and draped it over Irene's legs. I looked down and saw that the blanket had been covering the small, ornately carved wooden box she seemed so fond of. I glanced at her now, but she was still fast asleep. Obviously, all the drama with the police presence had taken its toll on her. I picked up the box to move it away from her feet, and it slipped. The lid opened, and 1 or 2 items fell out. I carried it over to the sofa and replaced Irene's reading glasses and a packet of mints. That's when I saw all the folded newspaper cuttings. I pulled out the topmost one. These were old newspapers, that much was obvious from the dated layout and faded print. I opened it out, careful not to rip along the deep, aged creases. I read the headline: "Local girl still missing after 3 days." 13-year-old Matilda Spencer, who went missing at the end of school last Friday, has still not been found, despite extensive police and community searches and door-to-door inquiries in the village of Linwick. Matilda is 5 feet tall, with pale skin and striking long red hair that she often wore in ringlets. She was last sighted at the end of school, heading towards the student library. Police are appealing for witnesses. Something bulged in my throat. My breathing slowed. I unfolded the next cutting. Matilda still missing. Missing girl Matilda Spencer, who vanished after leaving school one day last September, has still not been found over 6 months later. It's been a torture no parent could understand unless they've been through it, a spokesman for the Spencer family said. "We just want Matilda home. If someone has her, just drop her off anywhere near the village. If anyone knows the slightest piece of information that could help bring her back, then please, Please contact the police. Nottinghamshire Police are appealing for anyone with information to come forward confidentially. There were other articles, roughly 2 or 3 a year. They all repeated the circumstances of Matilda's disappearance, together with a renewed plea from Nottinghamshire Police for information. I lifted out the last cutting and stared at what lay underneath, nestling on a piece of black velvet. I picked it up and laid it against my pale palm. Hair. A rich red in colour, it had been delicately tied with thin pink ribbon at one end. I shivered with sudden cold. This wasn't just a few strands. It was a thick ringlet that had been cut bluntly at one end. I felt strange. Very strange. My skin began to crawl, as if an army of insects were marching across it, burrowing into the creases of my body, the hidden places where I might never be able to get them out. I knew, without the slightest shadow of doubt, that this was Matilda Spencer's hair. Chapter 53. My first instinct was to call the police, but then what? Although every bone in my body knew I'd found something very bad, there was still a slight chance the newspaper cuttings and Matilda's hair were just a macabre curiosity Irene had. If I summoned the police and Irene clammed up, we'd never find out what had happened to Matilda. Donna would never have true peace. I had to be cleverer than that. I had to play Irene at her own game. She pretended to be a defenceless old lady when underneath she was keeping secrets at the cost of a grieving family and a young girl's life. Even if she'd been protecting Michael in some way, I had to find out the truth. I'd finally realised the time for protecting my husband's integrity was out of my hands. Whatever he might have done, that had no bearing on my own character or the pure innocence of our daughter. In a minute or two, I had my plan. I put the box back on the floor next to Irene, then clomped around a bit, pretending to tidy up, and she stirred. "I came to see you and made you some tea," I said. "Sorry if I woke you." "No, I'm glad you did. If I sleep too long in the afternoon, I'm often awake in the night." I took my phone out of my pocket, tapped at the screen, and put it down on the table next to Irene. Then I sat down opposite her. "We've been friends for a long time now, haven't we?" She looked at me over the rim of her cup. "We have, yes." "I want to be completely honest with you. Is that okay, Irene?" "Yes, of course." I stood up, walked over to her, and picked up the box. "Oh, what are you—" She looked down, glanced at the blanket on her lap, and made the connection. "You found my box." "I did more than that, Irene. I looked in it." Her mouth sagged. "It's just some newspaper cuttings about things that have happened around here." A shadow passed over her face. "You shouldn't have looked in there. It was my private property." "I'm sorry. It's just— Well, I saw the red hair, Irene. Matilda's hair." "Who? It's not Matilda's hair." "Whose hair is it?" "That's not really your concern." She made an unsuccessful attempt to get up out of her chair. "I know it's Matilda's hair, Irene, but I wanted to be honest with you, and to say I understand. It's your own business." Her eyes narrowed. "What are you playing at?" "Nothing. Look, before Michael died, I would have panicked seeing that. But now, I'm a widow like you, and I know some things about Michael that I don't want other people to know. They're things I wish he hadn't done, but they don't make me love him any less." "Things like what?" Irene said, interested. "You first," I said. "I found the box, So you tell me what happened to Matilda Spencer, and I'll tell you what happened to Susie Barros. Her eyes widened, hungry for gossip, and I thanked my lucky stars she didn't yet know Susie was back safe and well.
It was a long time ago, she said grudgingly. I can barely remember.
I can understand that, and I think when we don't want to remember, it's harder. I know it's been that way for me. She nodded slowly as she regarded me. I knew she was weighing up whether she trusted me or not. I mean, for me, it wasn't as if Michael meant to hurt Susie. I know he was a good man. He treated Tansy and me so well. People see a victim and they think that person was perfect, innocent, you know? She nodded. I do know. People aren't interested in whether someone pushed you too far. They don't know how it feels until they find themselves in that situation. The police want to speak to me again. I don't care if they lock me up or interview me another 1,000 times. I will not betray Michael. I won't betray his memory. Do you understand? She sat forward a little. I do, Kate. I do understand. But most people wouldn't. Most people haven't lost the person they love most in the world. I thought of Donna, and the irony of Irene's words struck me. Michael was a good man, and no matter what he did, I'll always love him. We sat in silence for a moment, and I felt she was deciding whether to tell me the truth. Finally, she spoke. You see, what people around here didn't realize was that Matilda Spencer was a madam. She might have only been 13 years old, but in reality, she was a conniving young woman, make no mistake about that. Just like Susie Barros, then. I was getting into my stride now, and she was responding. Her confidence in me was growing, I could feel it. Susie was Miss Sweetness and Light on the face of it, but she badgered Michael. As you said, she was attracted to him, and when he shunned her, she threatened to tell me he'd made a move on her. Did you know that?
No,
Irene said, shocked. I confess, I was taken in by her charm offensive, but that little weasel Matilda, she threatened to go to the police. She accused my Amos of touching her inappropriately. Never! Oh, yes. He broke down in tears and told me he'd accidentally brushed against her. He'd apologized, for goodness sake. It was an accident. But she wouldn't have it. She was adamant she'd go to the police, and Amos, well, he'd have been ruined. His father would have disinherited him. The villagers would have hanged him on the green. Poor Amos. What an awful thing to happen. I creased my face in mock concern. So what did he do? It was my idea, she said, pleased with herself. I saw her in the village and told her to meet me after school the next day. There was a track by the school, shielded by a few trees. I told her I'd give her some money if only she would consider not going to the police. But if she told anyone at all, then the deal was off. The next day, Matilda was waiting where we agreed. You should have seen her greedy little eyes light up when she saw me. She demanded £500 there and then. She raised her voice, backing out of the trees when I said that amount was out of the question. I'm going straight to the police, she hissed. We'd anticipated trouble from her. So Amos was waiting in the trees just in case, with a chloroform-soaked rag. I've never seen someone go down so fast. We bundled her in the car and brought her up here. I forced a poker face. The horror of it, the sheer terror Matilda must have felt. Then what happened? It was her own fault. We only wanted to speak to her, to offer her a reasonable amount of cash and have her sign something to say Amos had never touched her. He was the pillar of the community, a governor of the school. It would have ruined him. We planned to talk some sense into her up at Wadebridge, you see.
Of course, I agreed. She came too, but before we could make her an offer, she sprang up and ran for it. Amos grabbed her, and the nasty little cat bit his hand. I lashed out, more as a reaction. I didn't even think about it.
You hit her, I pressed.
Yes, I hit her.
She hesitated.
I had a poker in my hand at the time, ready to stoke the fire. I knocked her out cold, and when she went down, she hit the cast-iron hearth.
She nodded to the fireplace with its buffed iron fender in front of my feet, and I pulled my legs tighter into the seat. Matilda had met her end here, in this very room. All the years we'd sat in here, Tansy had played in here, sat down there on the floor to do her drawings, her crafts. It was unthinkable. What did you do when she fell? I battled to keep my voice level. It was obvious she was a goner. Her eyes were wide open, staring. While Amos went for a tarpaulin sheet from the shed to wrap her in, I had a few minutes alone with her. In death, she looked so young, so defenseless, just the kind of daughter I'd have loved, that we could have given a good life to. Irene had alluded before to the fact that she'd have loved a child, but that it wasn't meant to be. I remember touching her pale skin, and it felt so smooth, and that hair, that glorious hair. I snipped a pretty ringlet off to keep, to remember her by. Amos never knew about the hair. He wouldn't have understood. In death, I forgave her, you see, for trying to ruin us. She stared into the middle distance, a gracious expression settling over her face. I had to keep her moving on. Then Amos came back with the sheet. Yes, I helped him roll her up in it and drag her outside. He dug until midnight. It seemed never-ending. He waited until dark and used a spade. Didn't want to draw attention with any noisy machinery or lights. Was Michael working here then? No. It was a good few years before Michael came to Wadebridge. He never knew what had happened to Matilda. But he would have helped us if we'd asked him. I know he would. The disgust and fury whipped dangerously together in my gut. How did you cope, seeing Matilda's family in the village? Everyone must have been so upset, searching for her. We made ourselves part of it, Irene said simply. We sent food and donations to the family like everyone else. One day in the village I spoke to young Donna. She was beside herself for not meeting her sister as planned to walk home from school. I told her it wasn't her fault, that she shouldn't feel guilty. I tried to help her, but she wouldn't listen, of course. We were saddened too in our own way. And that was it. Amos buried Matilda's body. You cleaned up and lived happily ever after. I tempered my tone quickly, fighting to keep the anger out of it until I had all the information I needed. You and Amos are good people. It must have had some negative effect on you. Of course it did. This is what I'm talking about, Kate. We were good people, living a perfectly happy life, until that bare-faced little liar came along with her threats to ruin us. It all got out of hand, but nobody would have been interested in that if she'd gone to the police. No, Amos would have been branded a pervert, and we'd have been drummed out of the village. We'd have been outcasts. But the police must have questioned everyone when she disappeared. Come up here. They did. But in those days, things were far more civilized. We knew our local police. Some of them lived among us. Amos would go for a drink with the chief inspector. So when those jumped-up detectives came from the city, he knew their movements before anyone else, and he knew they had no leads. Nobody ever asked to start digging up here. Nobody remotely thought of us.
Did you never doubt Amos?
What do you mean?
She frowned, and I knew I had to be careful not to overstep the mark. Did you ever, even for a moment, wonder if what Matilda had said was true?
Never,
she snapped, clenching her fists.
Amos loved me. We were devoted to each other. As he said, something about him must have made these young women tell lies and try and ruin him.
There were others, I said faintly.
Just a couple, as far as I know.
Irene folded her arms.
Amos offered them money to keep their mouths shut, and they took it. They had more sense than Matilda Spencer.
So, you knew that he touched girls?
For goodness sake!
Her face flushed scarlet.
Of course he didn't. They were all liars, every last one of them. That's why Amos came to me for help. Me! I was always the strong one. I always knew what to do.
She began rocking slightly, wrapping her arms around herself as if she were unravelling from the inside out. I sensed I hadn't got much time left. One more question, Irene. Why keep the hair, the newspaper cuttings? Why not get rid of all that in case it incriminated you? The rocking ceased, and she grew suddenly very still, contemplative almost. She didn't answer right away, and then she said softly, "It was something about those few minutes I had alone with her, I suppose. I felt close to her, if you can understand that. When I stroked her face and saw her as a young girl, it was almost as if we bonded. Amos and I could not create a child of our own, but we took her life together." She seemed to come to her senses and shook herself.
"It might sound mad to you,
but it was special, very special, and I had to keep something to remember her by." "And you collected the newspaper articles too?" She nodded.
"It was like watching a drama unfold while I held the delicious secret inside me. I'd go down into the village and everyone would pour their hearts out, and then I'd come back here and hold Matilda's hair in my hand."
I couldn't breathe. I stood up, reached for my phone.
"Hang on."
She shuffled forward in her seat, grimacing as the arthritis bit back.
"You can't go. You must tell me all about Michael and what happened with Susie. She wouldn't leave him alone, would she?"
"There's nothing to tell," I said sharply. "Michael didn't hurt Susie. She's safe and well, and is talking to the police as we speak." I couldn't spend another minute with this woman, and I had no intention of telling her the story of Susie and Jakob.
"What? How? You have to tell me what happened. You said you would. Help me up," she demanded.
I ignored her and walked towards the door. "I'm going straight to the police to tell them about what happened to Matilda, so you should prepare yourself." I couldn't bear to look at her. Irene threw back her head and laughed.
"I don't think the police will be coming, Kate. All that stuff I just told you, nobody will believe it. It will be painfully obvious you're making it up simply to defend Michael, just like I'm still defending Amos."
"I wouldn't have defended Michael to this extent," I said, my stomach turning at the sudden change in her, the glee on her face at the thought that she'd won. No remorse, no feelings for Donna, for Matilda, whose life she'd snuffed out without a second thought. I loved him, but there's a point beyond which decency cannot survive. I've seen the years of misery and grief in Donna, the result of what you did. It's time for the truth to be told, so Matilda can be truly laid to rest."
She fixed her dark, beady eyes on me, her features screwing up in disdain.
"They won't believe you," she hissed. "Nobody will believe you. I knew there was a chance they'd uncover Matilda's bones, and I already told them I suspected Michael had killed Susie and Jacob."
"Oh, but they will. They'll all believe me when they hear this." I tapped my phone, rewound the recording, then pressed play and held it up. Irene's voice rang out clear as a bell.
"I had a poker in my hand at the time, ready to stoke the fire. I knocked her out cold, and when she went down, she hit the cast-iron hearth."
Her mouth dropped open.
"What did you do? You conniving little—"
"And I'll need this." I bent down and picked up the box containing Matilda's hair and the newspaper cuttings, snapping down the lid and locking it.
"No, that's mine. Give it back,"
she gasped and started coughing, pulling out a hanky and spluttering into it. When she pulled the hanky away, I saw a flash of scarlet. She was coughing up blood. For a second, I saw a frail old lady who needed my help. But then she started ranting.
"You didn't love Michael, not like I loved Amos. I am proud to be his widow, proud that my loyalty did not die with him. It will last forever."
She slumped back in her chair, her eyes dull. It was time to finish this once and for all. "It doesn't matter what you say, how you try and justify it to yourself," I said calmly. "It's time to tell the truth. It's time to give Matilda and her family the peace they deserve." And then I left the house. Chapter 54. 1 week later, 11th of December 2019. Donna and I sat by the glass doors in my kitchen with our coffee, looking out at our 2 girls in their coats, hats and scarves, squealing happily and running around in the snow. The silver tinsel they'd draped in the trees that bordered our small garden glittered as the weak sunlight forced its way through the clouds. The girls' ruddy cheeks and sparkling eyes were a tonic in what had been a very challenging time. "I need more of this," Donna said, putting down her cup. "More of seeing our girls enjoying their life. I want to watch Ellie grow happy and safe, doing what Matilda couldn't do because it was taken away from her." I nodded and reached to squeeze her hand. "And you will, Donna. I'm certain of that." Donna had surprised me by leaving Paul immediately when she'd learned of his involvement in Susie's story. "Ellie and I will check into a B&B or something, just until the fog clears in my head." "You'll do no such thing. There's plenty of room at our house, and Tansy would never forgive me if I didn't offer. The girls will be in heaven, sleepovers together every night." Donna had looked doubtful. "Kate, I don't want to put even more of a burden on your shoulders. I don't know. I don't see it like that. I see it as sharing our joint burdens. We can get through this together. It's Christmas soon, and there's no way you and Ellie are going to be spending it in a B&B, so you might as well stop arguing." And that was that. We hugged, we shed a few tears, and then we sealed the deal. The girls were delighted, and Donna and I provided mutual therapy for each other, getting it all off our chests each night over a gin and tonic and home-baked cookies we made regularly with the girls. When Matilda was found, it felt like a switch had been flipped inside me. I felt a sense of responsibility to make mine and my daughter's life count, to live for Matilda as well as myself, Donna told me. It was as though someone shone a light on my life and I saw Paul for what he was, a selfish, controlling, disloyal man who gave me constant pain and grief. After leaving Irene's house a week ago, I'd headed directly for the police station. It was only 2 hours since Susie and Jacob had left my house with D.I. Price and D.S. Brewster, so I knew there was a good chance the detectives would both be there. I'd been prepared to wait if necessary, but I insisted to the desk clerk that I had to speak to one of them. Price appeared within minutes and took me into an interview room where I revealed the truth about Matilda. I sent a copy of the recording to her phone, and she took custody of Irene's macabre box. Playing you Irene's confession was the hardest thing I've ever done, I told Donna, but I knew it couldn't come from the police. I didn't know if it would set you free or send you into a terrible downward spiral. It took us 3 goes to get through it. I had to keep stopping to allow Donna to gather herself, to soak up her tears with handfuls of tissues. The expression on my friend's face was unbearable. I would never forget the pain, the fury, and finally the reluctant relief that she knew the final piece of the terrible puzzle. It did both, Donna said quietly. But it had to be done. If you hadn't cornered her, she'd have happily let the blame for Matilda's death lay on Michael's shoulders. I nodded. D.I. Price told me she'd already told them he was capable of it, that he had a vile temper. Michael wasn't perfect, I said, but he was a good man, and the burden of Kroll's death must have lain heavy on him, a secret he hadn't even told me. He knew Kroll's body was buried up at Wadebridge, and so the police searching around there for Susie would have added immeasurable stress. All that time I'd suspected Michael was hiding his guilt because he was involved in Susie's disappearance. At the same time, I'd felt a compulsion so strong to take on the mantle of responsibility for whatever had happened, just like I had as a kid, covering up for Mum's drinking, trying to preempt disaster, and continually failing, trying to be the adult in our screwed-up relationship. The day she took the car out, after swearing to me she was sober, she hit a wall head-on and was killed instantly. And I'd blamed myself for her death my whole life. I tortured myself. Why did I believe her? Why didn't I realize what would happen? So many wasted years believing if I tried hard enough, I could stop bad things happening to me, to the people I loved. So many years of feeling responsible for things out of my control. Now, I'd finally realized I could be a good friend, a reliable and loving mother, and, if bad things happened, then I trusted I was strong enough to support others. I could leave those very heavy burdens of my childhood by the roadside and move on. We sat in companionable silence for a few moments before Donna spoke again. I don't miss Paul, not like I thought I would. I never realised how much I worried about where he was, who he was seeing, until that burden lifted. It's helped not seeing him, even though I do want him to remain close to Ellie. To me, he's poison. Together, we'd fixed an arrangement whereby Paul called at my house and I handed Ellie over at the appointed time. Then I'd meet them both at the door when he returned her. That way, Donna was kept out of the equation completely. Paul could barely meet my eyes, but that was okay. I could easily live with that. Chapter 55. Nottinghamshire Police. Standing at the end of the corridor of doom, as the team called it, Helena braced herself for the final debrief of the Wadebridge case with Detective Superintendent Della Gray. "Ready, Brewster?" She turned to her colleague and gave his tie, shirt and jacket lapels the once-over. Remarkably, they appeared to be stain-free. "Ready, boss." She tapped on the door and walked in. "Morning, Ma'am," she said brightly. "Morning," replied Gray, standing up to close the window. "Take a seat." Helena looked in admiration at the violet trouser suit and crisp white blouse that Gray wore with such panache. Aside from a pair of small diamond stud earrings, the super sported no other jewellery. Nobody seemed to know if she was married or had a partner. All Helena had heard about her was her 2 pugs. The dread that Gray might have overheard her and Brewster laughing about the dogs made a reappearance, and she pushed it away. Gray sat down and regarded them both. "So, where are we on the case? All wrapped up with a bow?" "Pretty much." Helena said confidently. As you know, the forensic results are back, with no surprises, thanks to Kate Shaw's amateur sleuthing. The remains of Matilda Spencer and Oscar Kroll were confirmed as we expected. And Irene Wadebridge? It's a bit messy, Helena said. We arrested her on suspicion of murder and interviewed her at the station with her solicitor present. After hearing the recording of Kate Shaw's chat with her, Wadebridge made a full confession. In view of her age and the historical nature of the incident, we deemed her not to be a threat and released her pending further investigation. When do we get to the messy bit? Gray prompted her. Helena indicated for Brewster to answer.
Unfortunately, after we'd charged Irene Wadebridge with the murder of Matilda Spencer, her health took a nosedive. Everyone knew she suffered with arthritis and sciatica, but it transpires she also has advanced lung cancer and hadn't told a soul.
I see.
Gray frowned. The team are preparing a file of evidence to submit to the local Crown Prosecution Service for advice on potential charges. We're hoping for manslaughter and preventing the lawful burial of a body, ma'am. But of course, the final decision rests with the CPS.
Let's hope that case reaches fruition for Matilda Spencer's family's sake, Gray said, consulting her notes. And what are we doing about Susie Barros and Paul Thatcher? Their little ruse had consequences.
It looks like they might get away with a caution due to mitigating circumstances,
Brewster provided.
Just before we came up, we heard about a new lead in the death of Michael Shaw.
Gray raised an eyebrow. Really? Tell me more.
A new witness has come forward with dashcam footage captured on his way to the airport. He's been working abroad and only checked the footage when he returned home and heard about the accident. It's being enhanced and analysed as we speak, but it looks very much as though Shaw trips up on the pavement and careers into the road, his arms windmilling as he tries to stop himself falling. He doesn't appear to consciously throw himself into the road at all, although it may well have looked that way to the advancing truck driver.
My, quite a twist in the tale, Gray murmured. Anything else? We're consulting with the CPS regarding the death of Oscar Kroll, Helena said. Although Yazinski claims it was self-defence when Michael Shaw shot Kroll, both Shaw and Yazinski failed to report the death and took it upon themselves to prevent the lawful burial of a body. We've therefore interviewed Yazinski under caution.
Again, the CPS will review the evidence, Brewster added. They may well decide, due to his previous good character and remorse, that it isn't in the public interest to proceed with any charges, in which case no further action will be taken.
Very good. Well, still one or two details left, but generally, well done. Thanks very much, Helena said, beaming.
Thank you, ma'am,
Brewster added. Warms the cockles of my heart, seeing my officers get the job done. Gray smiled thinly, and Helena's own heart missed a beat. She looked from Helena and back to Brewster. Contrary to popular rumour, I do have a heart, you know.
Yes, ma'am,
they said in innocent unison. Chapter 56. Christmas Day, 2019. Kate. Donna and I had risen early, even earlier than the girls, who had exhausted themselves with excitement the night before and were still sleeping soundly. By 5:30, we'd already got the log burner going and put on a Spotify Christmas playlist on low volume. It was still dark out, but the lamps gave out soft pools of light, and our 8-foot tree, which had had us almost wetting ourselves laughing as we battled to get it into the room, looked resplendent in the corner with its 500 twinkling lights and its glitter and sequin decorations handmade by the girls. Bit early for an eggnog, but this'll do just fine for starters, Donna laughed, handing me a mug of tea. Cheers. Cheers. We clinked mugs. To the start of the rest of our lives, I added. Definitely cheers to that, Donna said. Thanks to you, Kate. I'm in a better place now than I've ever been. I feel like I can really start to steer my own ship. That's great, but don't sell yourself short. You got yourself out of a toxic situation by leaving. That took real courage. Later, Susie, Alex, Jakob and Pavel arrived for Christmas lunch. For the 3 kids' sakes, Donna and I had decided between us to put aside our feelings and just plan a good day to underline a very difficult time. I'd been shocked by Susie's selfishness, and we were both far from ready to forgive her. But we also didn't want to see Alex spending his first Christmas in the UK shrouded in misery. Plus, Susie had insisted she had a final part of the story she wanted everyone to know. "Even I can put our differences aside for one day," Donna had said magnanimously. Then, with the mischievous twinkle in her eye I'd missed so much, added, "I can try anyway." We did a buffet lunch, with there being so many of us. Pavel brought some Polish delicacies for us to try, and halfway through the meal, Susie stood up. "I have a Christmas surprise for everyone," she said, looking nervously at Jakob, who smiled and winked at Alex. "I wanted you all to know that Alex is Jakob's son. This is why it was so important for Alex to come with me to find Jakob." Everything made more sense now. The way Susie was willing to go to extreme lengths to find out the truth of what had happened to Jakob. Alex himself had paid a high price to find his father, and Susie had trodden on a lot of people to get where she was today. My heart squeezed. We would all bear the scars of her quest. Susie's upbeat voice continued. "Once we have put all this behind us, and we know Jakob is a free man, we are going back to Zalipie in Poland to resume our life as a family there." Everybody clapped and raised a glass. "You didn't know you were a father, Jakob?" Donna asked. "No. When Anna left me for Oskar, we saw each other once more in secret when I visited home in 2012. I was hoping that after that she would change her mind and come back to me. But it wasn't to be. My mother never told me that Anna had a child. I don't know why." Susie nodded. "When I found out I was pregnant, I was very worried. Alex looked like Jakob, and I think somehow Oskar sensed that he was Jakob's son because he forced me to get a parental DNA test done. For years he kept me like a virtual prisoner and treated my boy badly. But now that is all behind us. The 3 of us are united." We were 20 minutes into a game of Trivial Pursuit when there was a knock at the door. I left the others playing the game and looked through the peephole before opening up. "Hello, Paul," I said stiffly. "You're not supposed to collect Ellie until tomorrow."
"It's Donna I want to see. I have something to say to her."
"Wait here," I said, before fixing my eyes on his. "Ellie's having fun with Tansy and Alex. Don't ruin her Christmas."
"I won't. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just need to speak to my wife."
I went back to the living room and managed to signal to Donna to come through without Ellie or Tansy spotting me and jumping up to see what was happening. Donna came out into the hallway, smiling. "I just answered a question I didn't even know I knew. Can you—" She stopped in her tracks. "Oh, it's you," she said. "I'll be in the other room," I told her. "Just let me know if—" "No, I want you to stay," Donna said firmly. "Whatever it is Paul needs to say, he can say it in front of you." I shifted awkwardly, but stayed put, pulling the living room door closed.
Paul took a breath. "Donna, I've come here today to tell you how much I love you. I've been such a fool. I didn't realise what I had until I woke up this morning without you both."
Donna folded her arms, but said nothing. When Paul had left her last time, she'd told me how he'd won her back with a fancy speech, and here it was again, almost word for word.
"I know you've heard this before, but this time, I really mean it. I swear to God, I can't live without you and Ellie."
"Susie told me you said you loved her like you'd loved no other woman, that you wanted to be with her for the rest of your life," Donna said. "I think if Jakob hadn't come back, you'd still be trying to win her over."
"Oh, that's not true. I said those things to her because I wanted her to believe I'd divorce you. I wanted to get my revenge on Michael, and I needed her to buy into the disappearance scam."
His voice was getting louder, and I worried Ellie would hear. Then, Christmas music started up in the other room, and I could hear the girls laughing and dancing around. Someone in there had the sense to disguise what was happening in the hallway. "See, that's what I can't stand about you," Donna said. "That's what I don't miss one bit. The way you use people for your own ends, manipulate them, pick them up and put them down as it suits." "I just want a chance, Donna. I deserve that, don't I? We've been together too long to—" "You used up your chances a long time ago, Paul. I told you that when I took you back like a fool last time. It's over. I'm done with your lies, your games." She turned to go back to the living room, and he lurched forward, grabbing her arm. "Donna, I beg you. It's Christmas Day and I'm all alone. I want to be with you and Ellie. Come home. Please, just come home and we'll talk." She shook him off. "I've nothing to say, Paul. It's all been said 1,000 times. Now go home, please, and don't come back. I don't want to ring the police, but I will if necessary."
"Donna, you don't mean that. Please,
Tears began rolling down his cheeks, but Donna turned on her heel and went back into the living room, closing the door behind her. Paul turned to me.
"Can you help Kate? Please, try and make her listen at least."
"I'm not getting involved, Paul," I said dispassionately. "For what it's worth, I think she should have done this years ago. You were slowly killing her, sucking the very lifeblood from her. Get some help. That's my advice. Admit you've got a problem." He wiped away the crocodile tears and sneered.
"Do you know what? I'm glad Michael's gone. He was a thorn in my side. You deserved each other."
He stormed out of the house and slammed the front door so hard I felt the vibration of it under my feet. "Good riddance to bad rubbish," I murmured under my breath. I stood in the doorway and watched everyone smiling, laughing and chatting together. My Christmases with Michael and Tansy flashed before my eyes, and I felt a longing and a dark space that could never be filled. I said a silent prayer for my husband, who had turned out to be exactly the kind of man I'd believed him to be: loyal, good, and the best father. The police had allowed me to view the unexpected dashcam footage. I watched, again and again, as Michael tripped and stumbled into the road. He hadn't taken his own life. He'd tried to right himself, to stop the accident happening. Michael had wanted more than anything to be with us, his family, and now his daughter would know that. She'd know how much he loved her. And here we were, despite everything, enjoying a great Christmas, after such a sad and traumatic year. Our best life was ahead of us now. I really believed that. I knew we would both do Michael proud. You have been listening to The Widow, written by K.L. Slater, narrated by Lucy Price Lewis, directed at Chatterbox Audio. Casting and production led by Gareth Price Lewis. For Audible, the executive producer was Alex Curran, and the commissioning editor was Harry Scoble. Copyright 2021 by K.L. Slater. Production copyright 2021 by Audible Limited. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Limited.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed